Hello and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. And welcome to the Thursday edition of How Did We Go Inside the Republic. Well, you guys haven't seen me for a while. You haven't seen the team for a while. You haven't seen our programs for a while. But today we are back on this Thursday, winning at the 10th of August 2023. But we come back again on today because I think there is a lot that has happened over the past couple of weeks, apart from the World Cup, where I don't sit at this platform 3 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. So take it out, they do the program to sleep back and say, hey, let's check myself first one flowing. But anyway, it's been very interesting 2 weeks so far, or 3 weeks so far. We're doing the World Cup period. I feel say most of the things that we don't happen during the World Cup has been spectacular, especially for the African countries. Then we don't participate. I want to say thank you for all those following us through the World Cup. And I want to say thank you for all our support and all our good wishes for the African countries. Then we are South Africa, Zambia, Nigeria, and Morocco. Unfortunately, we've lost all those 4 countries out of the tournament at the stage 16 of the tournament, which is not bad. First time in the history of the World Cup, both men and women, you get 3 of the 4 African countries then we participate for go into the round of 16. So that's history being made. And also the other history back we make on this particular World Cup, that the fact say you have all the 4 countries then we represent, they all win a match. Again, that's another history. And the next history, that the fact say in the round of 16, all the colonial masters then play against one of their colonies. So which is just another history being made. And also all the countries that we represent, 2 of them not in first time. Yeah, I think 2 or 3 of them are in first time. South Africa, not the first time. Morocco is the first time. Zambia is the first time. I think South Africa also is the first time. So 3 of those countries have qualified for the first time in the history of World Cup and then do extremely very well. So that's not a World Cup. And we realize a lot more other incidents than don't they happen inside the Republic. And I feel to say it's good for me to touch base about some of the stuff that we don't happen inside the Republic for the past couple of weeks. As you guys all know, we were in Sierra Leone for the election. We covered the election. We covered couple of activities them during the election. We covered almost all the press conference then by the international observers. Then we've been kind of salon, and that's not some of the things that we've been saying we do. But we fulfilled some of that, but not entirely everything that we wanted to do, because we were, now. But anyway, that was something for the day, and that's we don't complete with task. We don't come back to the UK, and me Koto don't go back to America. Well, I say me Koto, not to that both school Koto. So look on office, about school Koto, because that Koto, not to the Koto we deal with guys now. But anyway, that is that for that, and I feel say we decide for resume effective broadcasting, but that has been a challenge based on few more other irregularities. We're not getting nothing for do with the politics of Sierra Leone. We're not getting nothing for do with personal issues. Then it just gets a lot for do with the planning of what we want to do, how we want to look at the next few years of our broadcasting online, and waiting at some of the things that we want to get involved in. We not just want to rush and begin on with things, and we not get a proper way of what we want for Gito now. So we'll throw them back again once more to you guys. I know politics has been one of the most viewed program online, but football has also made a difference. When we started this World Cup, we got a huge following from the Southern Hemisphere. We get about a couple of thousands of people watching all the way from South Africa, East Africa, and North Africa. But we still want to continue that trend. So we're now looking at what we can do. We will incorporate the other parts of Africa then, because as we mantra say, we are Africans and African stories being told by Africans. So we definitely want to reach out to all of the nation and for making them be part of what they do. Some of them were asking, oh, are you just doing football or are you just doing this? What else are you doing that will incorporate us within this southern part of the world, as in Africa? So this guy for see how they rebuild and do some certain things that we're going for incorporates them back into the platform. So that is what we are on. That's what the plan is for now, within the next couple of weeks. Hopefully within the next 1 or 2 months, we'll be able to normalize things, and then we can start back with full-blown of what we've done the useful do over the past couple of years. But before I begin to talk about Coup, let me introduce me, man. We now me boss. You want for balance this position, but you know go do am. What I say need to do am, and I will make sure say you know do am. I need agree at all. We all know that but Muhammadu Jumaba. Now the spearhead of this how the good to go inside the republic. But I want for pass them to me, and I need agree. But today, that the last official day where I start this program, we go to Juma Day. That they talk out publicly, looking at all year, like balance. And if we not feel say him for continue for spearhead how the good to go inside the republic, we not talk him. Because if I not talk him, definitely I can't. But anyway, let's introduce Kotu Juma and say hello to the viewers and tell them what's that you the thing that we don't do for the past couple of weeks where you disappeared at the scene. Over to you, sir.
Hello, Fumble.
You're muted.
Did you hear me, T-Boy?
Can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Yeah, at the scene. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Juma, go on. We can hear you.
Thank you so much, T-Boy, Fambulem. Una good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. We say welcome again to How They Go Inside the Republic live on Facebook and YouTube here on Sierra Leone Media. And as T-Boy say, I'll join her for telling all I do and telling her thank you for the support, and all the encouragement on the GUI and the feedback them as well, both positive and challenging ones, because that's what makes Sierra Leone Media what it is. We believe that it's the people's platform, and on our voice them counts. So that's why we are here, and we're going to continue to be here. Well, as T-Boy on states, we review some of the programming and content, and they try for bringing us something new and authentic from the African continent, particularly sub-Saharan Africa. But as T-Boy say, over the weeks and months, we will introduce new things them to Una. So Una patient with we. And on that note, before we continue, I want to encourage Una, please, for share, to Una wider network, and also try for subscribe to the Facebook and YouTube. The reason being, because when you subscribe, then you will get alert, because we can get exclusive programs that we can do where sometimes they will not be able to publicize on time. That's in addition to the weekly programs they expect to do. And if you notice, the days then they fluctuate. Either we do Wednesday or Thursday. That get for do with operational and logistical issues on our end as well. So we hope you understand. So that's why we're encouraging you guys to please subscribe wherever you are, and make sure you share wide and clear, because wide and as wide as possible, because the bigger the audience, the more people will benefit. As T-Boy stated, where they do the football program, you notice they get more questions from other African countries where usually they follow it they do, because maybe we program them tailored to a specific audience, but they are becoming interested, and so we expect for let we build the platform, let we get a large following. One thing we will surprise you now, for the number of years we run this platform, we have not monetized it, meaning that we'll not ask for sponsorship from anybody, we'll not get sponsorship from anybody, except few people we take up on themselves, we say, hey, on YouTube, is it YouTube, correct, C-Boy? Where they go and donate to we. But we, as a platform, not monetize the platform, and we did that for good reason. But again, because one for make Hamlet a fear to everybody. Does not mean if you get support for help grow the platform, we'll say no to you. But we would like to discuss that. If anybody gets ideas and other resources for help for grow the platform, definitely we are open to that, and we will like for discuss that. But over the years, we have not monetized our platforms, and that has been deliberate. So everything that's happening here is covered by Sierra Leone Media, meaning the Sierra Leone Media team. So that's one thing I want to lay out there. We are doing it because we love what we are doing, and it is our contribution to nation building, to community activities, community support as we own contribution, and as well as for, add with voice to the world, to the rest of the world, and for give voice to people that we think sit and the disadvantage because of other things. So that's how I'm for talk about in my opening. So Tibo in question, what I've been doing. I've been doing what you have been doing and waiting you asked me for do. Boku other things then. But I am here, that's what's important. The show must go on. So over to you again, Tibo.
All right, thank you very much, Pastor Juma. As you say, the show must go on. So at the brinka, me own brother. Today we start fresh, all once and all in, all out. Nobody left behind. I know say me own brother. You see, we get a very diverse platform, and like you always say, the platform will get there's a good blend mixture of country, Creole, country. Well, we're not gonna Creole now, so na Creole country, na mixture of Creole country. All right, well, over to you, Mr. Pama. Mr. Pama, now the spearhead, now they make all the zero, they do good or bad, now they make your post. So now you know what I come for. But this time around, I don't promise somebody say, Koto Juma, before I bring cafe me. I promise somebody say, this year, we need to go on self-exile, a lie.
I agree with you. You know the work.
Eh?
You know the work.
No, this is the work. Kind of possible because winter will be coming in October. Mr. Pama, over to you. And say hello to viewers them and tell them what to make you lost. Where you hear all just the dung number that you eat. I don't know those kind of pattern this you don't start with Mr. Tolo. Over to you, sir, Mr. Palmer.
Hello, Juma. Can you hear me?
No, yes, family, but just a little bit more.
A little bit more. Juma, you hear me?
Yeah, now they hear you. Yeah.
All right. T-boy. I get for come for you.
No problem, sir.
I get for come for you. I did let you give some of the people in the Facebook and YouTube because they can deal with you for me. But anyway, good afternoon or good evening or good morning because we get some man with the watch from all the way Tokyo, I believe, Osaka. So get guests with the watch from all the way across the other side of the world. So we tell all how do. And we thank you guys for joining us week in, week out, because without Una, we're not going to so today. First of all, I want to apologize for my so-called good brother winning T-boy. We always try for provoke people. And Una go for forgive me, we are going for deal with him. But not today. I left him for the weekend. We come in to get for see. Yeah, so what have we been up to? Nothing, really. I've actually been on holiday. But until I know we get holiday from one side, other side can busy. So I've had holiday from work. So I've been off work for about 2 weeks and I get another week and a bit for go. And as T-boy say, some of we been on make we safe by forced exile from the country. So holiday they were been on book for go salon. I mean get for cancel for one reason or another. We are sure say most of una on the platform go understand. And some of them have been a big we say, una no go, una sit down there, una no go. So I'm going to cancel some of their holiday and day. So I had a lot of time on my hands and I don't take them now. But as I say earlier on, we one work done, other work they begin. So in the last couple of weeks, we've been doing quite a lot. And to now say we are community people. So we've been helping the community in different other projects. I literally have had only a few days to myself doing this steward on the holiday. Over to you, T-boy.
All right, thank you very much, Femi, for that soft and brief introduction. And I believe say a lot more of what we get for do now. So today get a lot for do with how they go inside the Republic. But look, I just highlight some of what we get for talk about on today's program. Go on, Mr. Bai, you want to say something quickly? Over to you.
Yeah, T-boy. You know, I want to thank you so much. Of course, you and Femi for holding the fort, particularly you where they sit on front camera for present the World Cup programs them or for anchor them. That's been good. And at least, you know, people not able to watch, but she's able to analyze and bring people closer to the game in we own context. That's what people need to understand. That is the African context, because when you watch matches, the commentary or the analysis can be biased. You know, very few, you know, upside for the African teams then. So that's the difference that Sierra Media brings to the table, because people would ask why they can't sit them and analyze them. I have not been fortunate to watch any match fully, you know, but I want to join you for commend all the African teams that will participate. It's a female World Cup, but it did not feel like that. It felt like a World Cup. And the African teams, for me, there are a few things off the pitch which stand out for me. And these are issues we started debating during the Men's World Cup. The issue of identity, you know, that's been very important. And then they play roll back now this World Cup where we see. And again, the perception or the stereotype about a footballer being an illiterate, we don't get any second option. So for me, these are things I wanted we go get for discuss in a subsequent program and relate them for let people understand, say, the world don't change. You know, everything is modernized now. Football is not the way we knew it before, that say you get for be a dropout before you play football. You can still get other trade and play football. But whereas for us in Sierra Leone, that has been the norm for so many teams, female teams particularly. The one where they work in prison, the one they work in police, the one they work in the military. So that part. The part where we may be unable to see it, now the one about, you know, the other education thing and maybe identity. Do we have female or male Sierra Leoneans that are based in other countries where we can bring come and play? We've seen that with Nigeria. We saw that with, well, mostly Nigeria, I should say. You know, then get few of them players them and then stand out. So for me, that is key thing where I would like for discuss in the future. And I want to say, T-Boy don't feel the pinch of we Australian audience. So the time where you can sit down so now afternoon to them, where they can spend time they watch your program, with they laugh and then suppose for the sleep on an early morning. So thank you so much. The Aussies waking they watch we do it tonight. Over to you.
No, Juma, I think one of the reasons that we are specifically say we need to get this done, now because of what you last highlight, so pardon me, it's not just about our own comfort. During our own comfortable period, that's the time we should be broadcasting to the people that we follow it. And it's really amazing for realize during the World Cup, we do. There were many people also from Australia who were watching, and many people from South Africa who were watching. Not necessarily have the same time with us, but it is comfortable for them, and for us, it's like in the morning. Some thinking in at 3 o'clock in the morning, some thinking in at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I understand outside themselves can come off from where they make them can do up till late for watch the program, the way some thinking is some of them get for go walk. And the kind of balance way I'll not be able to forget. Now forget some of them, we possibly be able to come on board and participate with me on the program. It was a struggle because the time differences were great. So 3 o'clock in the UK in the morning is roughly like 4 or 5 o'clock in other parts of Europe. Of course, in Australia, that's the time some people are going to work. So time not being convenient at all for me to be able to get few people on board. But again, like I say, we have to do something. But now that they know you move all the African countries, then my next country now I get for commentator on. Guess about Juma, Uswan. Last if
football is coming home.
You got no agree.
But how you go there and follow them? Now,
I will tell you why. Now, during the World Cup or during the Euros, we did not have any African country that was participating in the Euros, right? But we supported countries that have a huge amount of Black players that were representing them. Right, so that's Naomi Okundomi supports England at the initial stage, right up to the end. So equally is the same. This is the World Cup, and we are supporting basically all the African countries. And now that all the African countries are long out of the World Cup, now I am personally supporting the European countries. Then we get majority, or we get a huge amount of Black players the way they represent them. And the next country we follow that category, now France. During the France-Morocco game, when they start for the initial start, we had like 4 or 5 Black players. And when they begin for make substitution changes, we possibly ended up with 9 players on the pitch that were Black. So I see no reason why I for support England, where you get only one something closer to a Black player, winner James, winner a mixed case player. So I had that issue before. And also other people that we don't support England, even the English themselves are very much concerned a couple of years ago for understand, say, this new England team is full of blonde and blue-eyed girls. Where are the Black girls? Where are the girls with colors? Where are they? Are they not good enough? Or are they not capable enough?
Or maybe they're not playing.
Of course they're playing. When you look at the Premier League, the female Premier League is full of colored players. Come on. Are you saying none of those colored players are capable enough to represent England? It's just possibly within the space of 3 years that we have this massive transition of Black and white players in the England team. And we can all tell it's deliberate, because immediately after the last World Cup, the England team had an issue with racism in football, especially with the national team. So that issue boiled down to so many resignation of some of the establishments. And watching that happen next, that because they can't change the manager, change the captain, and change the coach. So this coach now bring in fresh new players than we now blonde and blue eye. So okay, when they complain, or they make an deliberate, and that is practically what they do. So basically, if you look at the all 21 or 24 man England lineup, about 2 or 3 Black players, and James was not even on the starting lineup for time. She only happened to came on second half. Now the second game where England play, he scored the winning goal. After that, subsequently, she became a starter straight away, and he scored 2 more goals in their next match where they win about 5-something. So
they go get a card against we Nigeria.
Well, again, that's another unfortunate situation. I was not really happy because she did that, and yes, Nigeria put them under serious pressure during that match. And Nigeria was in total control, and she was frustrated. You can tell the anger of her frustration, but I think it was very much unprofessional for her to behave the way she did. Even though England became victorious, but she became the highlight of the match. Everywhere you go, on every online poster, every online report on that particular match was not so much to do with the scores, but to do with the incident that happens on the pitch. But anyway, like I said, I am now going to turn my attention to France. So the next game where the commentator will be the France, is it France? No, France, Colombia, I think. No, France, Holland. Yes.
If not Colombia, I mean Colombia the support.
No, yeah, of course, Colombia then get one brilliant striker, Linda. Oh, she's
Linda is my player of the tournament.
Oh, Linda
based on the highlights they want to watch. But don't forget about football. Don't go to topic.
Linda is marvelous.
Linda is my player of the tournament.
She has scored possibly the best goal of the tournament.
She's fearless.
I know.
You know.
But anyway, let's go back to business. Today's program is going to be very much interesting because there are a few more issues that needs to be addressed that are very much concerning to the people of Sierra Leone in the diaspora and also in Sierra Leone. So we got 4 topics of discussion today, and one of which will be the alleged coup d'etat in Sierra Leone. We all know what that is, and we're not too sure whether it is real or it is fake. What's the issue behind it? Whether it is supposed to be a public discussion or a private thing. But when you hear about an alleged coup d'etat, you possibly want to know more details. So we're going to talk a little bit about that one today, and also the anniversary of Black in the Park, which took place roughly about 3 years ago, and Makeni Lives Matter. But I think they are going to do something similar back again in the UK and we're also going to be talking about that one as well. And then how the media houses are becoming the headline news stories. Well, that's a very interesting topic because within a week, we had two media saga, one of which is controversial and the other one is extremely controversial. We'll talk about that one as well. And then who is qualified to represent the APC in the House of Parliament of the Republic of Sierra Leone? That again is another controversial and interesting discussion. But like I say, we have serious topics that we are free to say we touch on tonight. Koto Juma, we don't say, T-boy, today program, now 2 hours, so we could try to make it done by 12 o'clock. I say, okay, I agree. So the clock starts now. 42 minutes gone so far as we officially start at 10. So viewers, I know say most of the time we come online, we spend time and talk about issues. The time is not enough for us to complete the issue that we're talking about, but there are times when we really have to go deep down into some of these issues and break it down so that people are able to understand exactly who's how they come on, who's how we did, and who's how they go. Over to you, Koto Juma. What's your take on the fourth topic of discussion that we have tonight?
It's a lineup. It will be, an interesting conversation. And again, topics that we will exhaust today. We go get for just touch on the surface and continue, hopefully, talk about them, one, because we're for the monitor how that they go on. Particularly the two topic, the one for do with the alleged coup and who that qualify for represent the All People's Congress now the House of Parliament. So then and then I think we'll get for monitor because things can get then for the happen, frequently we'll get for ask questions, we'll get for analyze, we'll get for run your own commentary and give your opinion as well. And if there are official information, we share them with the people so the people go decide within now their opinion and position we then will take on that. So of course with Black in the Park, it's something worth revisiting and celebrating because Sierra Leone Media was part of that Black in the Park activity in the UK. We mainly get for do with Sierra Leone. It was hosted in the UK because people were not allowed to demonstrate, to protest in Sierra Leone. And so diasporans in the UK, Sierra Leonean diasporans in the UK, decided to host a Black in the Park. And why Black in the Park? Because it was during COVID. So there are so many restrictions. So people will decide for host time at the park. We protest, and then issue a statement for the people that then kill Makeni, Lonsal, Tumbo, and other places then. And that was done in collaboration with Makeni Lives Matter. We then serve now an international organization. We do so much for make sure, say, then try for project the bad things the way they happen at Salon. Unfortunately, government then still not do nothing about it. So it's nice for let people understand, say, some of this drive, this advocacy, it's not a one-off thing. It's not a one-hit wonder against one person. It's about issues. It's not about individuals, but about issues where they happen. So that's what I'll say on those. And definitely the journalists they own or the media house itself will touch on that. See if anyone says something, I'll go over to them.
Yeah, I mean, you come to Femi and ask him what's your own take on today's topic of discussion. And I know for say you get some huge interest in some of this discussion that will get what's in this program. Yeah. Over to you, Mr. Farmer.
So guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you, Femi.
Thank you. I've always get for make sure because then say Juma is clearly bit. But the Salon Bokutin happened at the country in the last few weeks. And yes, we get for talk about Entiaso and the Black in the Park 3 years anniversary. But guess what, guys? Let's not forget say today na Augustine. Tibo, what happened last year, Augustine? Please help me.
Well, August 10 last year, we had one of the biggest protests ever to be held in Sierra Leone, especially in the capital city, Freetown, but it spread alongside all the other provincial towns. Them we do them simultaneously on the same day, and we all see possibly one of the biggest disaster in protest we ever happened in Sierra Leone, even worse than the 1977 one, where they called No School, No College. So today commemorates today is the 1 year anniversary of August 10 and 11 and 12 of the incident that we happened in Salon last year. And we feel say, yes, we did come on that day. We not left our mouth. It's very important to highlight it as well. But we put them underneath the flagship program of the anniversary of Black in the Park, even though that Black in the Park now 3 years down the line. But we get for give a special kind of attention when we get to that position day for talk about the incidents we happened 3 years ago in the UK. But today is also a day where I feel say all Sierra Leoneans for be concerned over. There was a time in the world when we get the Day of the African Child. The Day of the African Child came about the fact say the children in Soweto took upon the streets and tried to cry down the bad entities or the bad affections of the bad implementation of voting and they suffer from when at the apartheid. And we see the disaster will happen on that particular day when on June 16, where they massacre a lot of young South Africans, especially youth children of various different ages, different school age, from primary school to secondary school up to university. So that is how the Day of the African Child came about, June 16. So as a nation, Sierra Leone, we will not say, yes, we will look at this particular day as a remarkable day in Sierra Leone, but we will also look at this day when on August 10, 11, and 12 as the dark ages of protests in Sierra Leone, way worse than the No School, No College, will be to happen possibly about 30, 35 years ago. So, yes, Femi, I see the emphasis of voting make you ask the question, voting today mean, and we don't forget them, but we definitely get to talk on them in more details as we go along. So I don't know whether that really answer your question to the facts of voting, I think, or I'll make a couple of more references of how important this particular day for be to Sierra Leoneans then.
Yes.
Over to you back again.
Yes, T-Boy. You're right. It's August 10. August 10 last year. TJ like so it was a shocking day for see what's happening, but not a day we be shocked say go happen. You know, it was going to happen. Now been when it go happen. And at that same way, some man in the field right now says something is about to happen. Not if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen. You know, a lot of things can go wrong in Sierra Leone. And when as some of the topic they don't mention, when some people highlight or oppose certain information, certain leadership, they get casted with the term as they're unpatriotic, and now I don't go worse, now they're criminals, now they're terrorists, you know. So the people of Sierra Leone are literally, there's a knee on their neck, and then they struggle for breathe at the moment. So as they can see, when you can't, you know, how do I put that? One day for Masters, and that day look like say it don't come. Not just Salon no more. You see, I mean, in a lot of Africa now, the people of Africa saying enough is enough. We can't sit back and sit down, make on the rule we so. You can't be still in our democracy and expect we enough for talk. So, you know, the winds of change is blowing in Africa, and in Leone case, definitely in Sierra Leone.
All right, thank you very much for me for that, and we will come to that particular topic there and discuss them in more details. So, Juma, over to you. Let's start with the first topic of discussion. Is it possible to say it is right or it is wrong? Do we have an alleged coup d'etat in Sierra Leone, or it is false or it is not true or nobody knows? What is it in your opinion?
Again, Sierra Leone, we can surprise where everybody they report in your news, because the people that we, the so-called people, we're supposed to be the mouthpiece of government or agencies or institutions, can decide for keep quiet until the narrative don't go wide. So it's one of two things. It's either then can go choke certain things, let it be just a rumor, then test the waters, or something actually serious they happen and they go completely quiet because they don't know, I don't know the reason why, sometimes they want for sweep them under the carpet or hide them. Then the public reaction or the narratives out there, they force them for able to come out and make a statement. My point, what I try to say, what I have seen over the years throughout governments and institutions in Sierra Leone, we have that reactive mentality wherein we have to wait and we procrastinate. Stay, we water on past Gary. Now that ending now with the calm and can begin say certain things. So for we don't say force. So what you for do force now they do last. We all don't know. Sierra Leone, we've had how many coups? Over 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? We had few successful ones, notably, you know, the ones in the 60s where succeed, but the one way popular with everyone, or the ones that were popular with everyone, was 1992 with the NPRC 1, and 1995 NPRC 2, and 1997 when at the AFRC Coup. The one and they, I want for belief say, majority of Sierra Leoneans, both in the old and the, which I would say, the bridge generation, able for witness or accounts, provide their own different accounts for the NPRC coup and AFRC coups and the AFRC coup. And the coup will happen in January 6, because there was a coup in January 6, 1999, what people don't know about, people not even mention them as coup. That was actually a coup. After 1997, there was another coup where people then go out and announce, say they don't make coup.
You mind if I ask you which specific one, Nande?
January 6, 1999.
Why you go sit down in a big coup?
Because when they go broke Paremba, before they broke Paremba, there are people who announced on SLBC that they don't take over or something like that. Well, because with history, they become so distorted, people know they highlight some of their things. Okay, so in the last 20, 23 years, we don't get 4 coups on my own account. We don't get within them period and they coups or counter coups them way then say a failed coup attempt. All them coups then they, the one that we succeed, the one that we fail, we been get public statement for notify the public before the public even they aware by rumor say things has happened or had happened. Now government, radio or official with a yeri, then statements then they form. This particular allegation or alleged coup attempt, we not hear anything until where the rumor mill don't go around that they are picking up people, they are arresting people. Okay, just after the elections, anybody when a serving military person of interest, they hold them or go arrest them. Certain people that when are former military people or we don't serve now the security sector, then go arrest them as well. Then they happen even when people they sound the bell, the thing don't go viral. We did not hear any statement until maybe a week or two later. Who did we hear this from? The chief of staff, I want to believe. We saw an audio coming out where they address military people. Then later we saw something like a press statement. But who that, according to the chief of staff and the statement where we see, they say police arrest them people. This is an issue of national interest and an issue of national security concern. But the police not make official statements where we hear. I don't know whether you hear them or you not hear them. So now I can say how we treat serious issues important. So as far as me concerned, me no know whether them people where they arrest now actually could they make, or they hold them for other things. Then where the public don't come out and cry, the thing now turns in an alleged coup. Because the reason I can say that, based on the chief of staff in statement, I wish we had that video, we should have played it, so we were able to see. But in the course of the program, if we're able to get them, if the technical man say we're able to play them, we can able to play them. Let the people see exactly the statement or hear the statement where the chief of staff make. Okay, we will search for that video and try to maybe play it if we can. In statement, it say valid and substantial information. Now lead them for make the arrest them, and then get substantial evidence. That means they don't conclude beyond all reasonable doubts. Say them people here indeed don't make coup. So now make them make the arrest the way they make, and the arrest according to them, then go arrest anybody, even if you name call day, or then say you been go left the person, or you been team up side and they talk. Maybe they address some, I don't know if not other ranks them, or not just officers them, they address junior and senior officers, they be the address. So he said this. So for let you say that, that means you don't do all your homework. Why the thing for be yuki? Why for be sumu until the public begin cry? I know of people that they arrest when a former military people went not to Salon and they're in the diaspora, but went to Sierra Leone to participate in the elections. And these people are known APC people and people who served in the previous government. They arrest them, then say, then provide security to the APC presidential candidate. As a result of that, then they arrest them because they don't get license for provide security. What is security in Sierra Leone? Almost people are getting bobo them around. Almost people we get people away they say na me who's minister na salon T-boy, or who's person we get small power. We not get battle man the way they say this time my own tax force, na my own security this. This guy came from America to go and participate in the election. He went, he registered, he went and voted. You understand? But he was arrested just because he don't serve in the military. And the allegations say because he provides security to the presidential candidate. Why didn't you arrest him the term where he provided security? Why you been there for wait until after the elections before you arrest them? Question one. So I just the reason I highlight this now for let people understand why we they question some of the things. The other thing where people get concerned about the number of people arrested, nobody know. The names of people who participate in the coup Because for Leona arrest them and you say when I get substantial evidence, that means when I don't make. So if them people are a danger to society or then get their other subordinates, if we not make it to the known to the public, how people will be able to give them more information? So why cover the names? Why you not highlight to the name? Because for let you institute arrest, meaning say you know. Example. During the Momo era, we all been know about a failed coup attempt na the Hillcourt Road Bridge. I don't know if you remember that. Where they say they try for go attack Mutka because I've been the route out for pass. People were arrested. When? Most of them brought the light. May their souls rest in peace. The Kaikais, you know, but other people where they arrest. Because with me, I mentioned Kaikai one because during the day they arrest her, our Waterloo Street, right? So, and other arrests that they make. And when they make notice, then they highlight it, then they mention the name of the people them. But this is not the only one where they arrest people them who able for know the number of people they arrest. Now 5, now 10, now 100, now serving military officers, what's in them they do? Ying. There is no detailed information, and you cannot keep this secret because it's an issue of public interest and national interest. So let's up and they force, you take on it, and then we'll take it from there.
Well, I don't get the video. I just download them and send them up to the technical team and see if you go able for play them for me. So basically, I think me on take on this coup is straightforward. One, I refuse for accept for say na coup, because again, any coup attempt in Sierra Leone, except otherwise, it should be made public for the people of Sierra Leone to be aware of the people that were involved and see the legitimacy behind the whole coup itself. But if the government they come and say it was an attempted coup, we go possibly like for know when was it planned, who were involved, how many people were involved, where was this put together, and what was the mandate of the execution. Were they arrested with sensitive information? Were they arrested with weapons in their possession? Were they arrested with documentation that would lead them to acquire arms and ammunition? We need to know some of all these things because, like you clearly say, it is not a private incident anymore. It is an interest of public demand. I feel to say the public needs to know. And if they go into a situation like this way, we don't know exactly what's in the happen within our country when it comes to people being arrested for reason best known to the government. I think it raised a lot of concern for people that we possibly likely might not have nothing to do with any incident, but will be arrested and linked to those incidents. So that is the huge concern we may get in the first place. But if you look at the whole storyline behind the coup itself, like you clearly say, it started off like a joke. And people in Migi must say, oh, then don't arrest people in Kuna Saloon. Okay. But everybody seems to be going about their business. No tension, no concern, nothing to worry about within the lives of the civilians in Sierra Leone. And we all know when they say coup attempt is being put together in Sierra Leone. We all know how quiet the area will be. But since before and immediately after the election, Sierra Leone has been a very quiet place. Everything in Sierra Leone kind of dead or slowed down to maybe 20%. Less action, less movement, not much is happening. So for make you can't say there is coup, and we all at the country don't they preach, say, sorry, not to coup we want right now. We don't have that time to go back and set back and do things that we possibly not to the right thing and back again for me to go begin start and reinvent the wheel. That is not what we want right now in Sierra Leone. What we want now, acceptance of failures of institutions, the way for agree say we have failed the nation. We need to raise our hands up and say, yes, we have, and then do something about it. But if we say we not don't fail, we don't do everything possible as a nation or as a government, they will for begin look at some of them possibilities, then they will get for take into consideration. Because we all see the motive and the mandate of the campaign of the current government we suppose for them take office right now. Say they also made it very clear to say they can do A, B, C, D compared to voting them you don't do when I be nothing. So for like we say coup is going to be something that we'll accept in Sierra Leone. Hell no. And one know for say the country not ready for that. So when the rumor begin go and say coup, it was a basis of arrests being made by X amount of military officers that were serving. And we already don't begin see them arrest and they happen even before election. So it was like a continuity for complete the task force of the arrest then way they make prior to election and during election. So for complete the task, everybody go begin raise eyebrow for say, this thing don't become too common now. So they have to find the link with them for link them and associate them to for legitimize the arrest the way then they go on with. For like you just kind of more, you arrest a military officer just because you feel to say not a person where they support what you do, I think is not right, because every military officer in Sierra Leone still have the right to be a political party member, still have the right to represent any political party you want to represent, because in purpose as a military officer, now for serve the country, not to serve political parties. But we've seen a different form of military officers them and police officers then we done in our salon within the past 5 years. We're not saying that it was better during the days of Tijan Kaba or Anes Koma, but this one is more blunt, more deliberate, and more like in your face, whether you like it or not, stuff, go to hell and die. I think it is way beyond expectation. So when we get to this stage and we don't begin to see coups, them don't begin for the rise, we not so coup as far as we're concerned, then if we begin think about what thing will be the next task. Because after the coup allegations or an attempted coup, what would be the next thing? So now we know for say we'll not get death penalty yet, but there is a lot of death penalty happening in Sierra Leone anyway. We're not in the public domain for let people and see. So we don't know how many people have been arrested. We don't know where they are. We don't know whether they're still alive or not. We don't know how they're going to be represented, whether they're going to be charged to go to court in a military tribunal or whatever it might be, court-martial. So these are all the questions we are asking. Okay, let's assume and say, for just the argument's sake, coup. Other than the coup plotters, who is the number one accused, second accused, third accused, and go down the line? How many people were arrested and related to this coup attempt? When were they arrested? Where were they arrested? And who is representing them? Even in court martials, you have military lawyers that will represent them in the military wing. So we need to know all of these strategies, and we need to know whether these people that were arrested are in prison in Sierra Leone, in Freetown, in the provinces, and are they still alive? Do they have access to the courts of law for sale and get access to representation? Are their legal human rights being put in place? Are they being represented? Are they being placed in an environment where every other prisoner should be? Are they looked after as prisoners? So these are all the questions we need to ask. So even if they are arrested and they were coup plotters, but they still have that right to their human rights. Are they having it? Are they going through the process of somebody where they don't charge with supposed to go courts? So these are the questions we're asking. If it is legit, let's have the people who were arrested. We need to know the numbers. We need to know where they are. Or even if we don't need to know where they are, but we need to know that they are safe. They have representation. Their lawyers will come out and speak on their behalf. If at all they are under any kind of arrest and they don't want the public to compromise the case, then they have representation. Are they being represented by anybody? No. So we need to know all of these things. So for make I come and talk, say, okay, are they follow up these coup attempts? I'm not. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't see where there is any coup attempts in Sierra Leone, because I can't even talk about it because I don't even know who are they. So if Minas be other than the coup plotters, then how can I be talking about coup plotters in Sierra Leone where I don't even know a clue of other than them people also? But over to you, Juma, see one for both guests will come back into what they say.
Well, you don't highlight most of the things and the concerns, what happens next. Because like me, they say, you see, I always they advise people within a position of strength. These are not just talking about political power. Where you get edge over somebody, you get to be very, very careful with what you did do. Because you might get away with it today, but it might come back to haunt you tomorrow. It might come back to haunt you tomorrow. When you get strength past somebody, be careful how you defeat them. Be careful how you defeat somebody you get strength past. When you get power past somebody, be careful how you treat that person there. When you get money past somebody, be careful how you use your money against that person. This is a general advice to all of us. You know, you're not going to just do with government and waiting to happen at the country. But back to the topic, T-Boy asked salient questions. The number of people that we don't arrest, according to them, they say they don't arrest, but when they continue to arrest more, are they alive? Have they been killed? Have they been poisoned? Then get a right for say you get right for call a lawyer or whatever. Did you just say they are coup plotters because you want to hold them endlessly? So the thing about 72 hours for pull the person for if you know the charge them to court, you for pull them. Then that means then they go out of the way because coup is a treasonable offense. So that means you kill the person endlessly, even before you decide for charge and go court. Are you doing this because you don't have evidence against these people, but they have been your target? So you decided to say, let's apprehend them and hang this ban up and say na coup. So they're not going to bail them. 1. 2, you hang this kind thing on them so everybody else will go get an interest, go afraid for go near them because nobody no one for be associated with a coup plotter, just like how the chief of staff say, anybody, if they call you name themselves, say you've been there with this person, you're not a person of interest, then go arrest you. Is that what this is? Or is it actually a coup attempt? But the first question for those who ask, the fundamental question, the arrest they are making, are they arresting these people because they are coup plotters or are mutineers? If let's say, for argument's sake, like what T-Boy say, it is actually true that the people that we allegedly arrest, na coup, they arrest them for and a mutiny, because there's a difference in definition. So you just end coup word from people, because let's say even if they are military people or security personnel, they are still Sierra Leoneans who get right, you know, for voice their opinion and speak out if they are not happy with certain things. Example, Lima, where na be internal affairs minister before he became that, when the SLPP was in opposition, stood on a live radio program holding on to the constitution and call on the military for take over governments. He did that. Was he arrested? Because the by pronouncement, meaning say your intention to do. This was a live program, not a recorded way you go say na cut and paste. It was a live program where he announced that. Was he arrested? No. We have seen serving military personnel we go out April 29, 3 years ago, Pademba Road, and go open sporadic fire on people and shoot and massacre them. Were they arrested for mutiny or anything? Because the moment we are not at war, the moment where you go open fire means you get what you call a command from somebody. That investigation, who say it today? Yen, nobody know anything. This is not serving military personnel there. We don't see military personnel there where don't go out of the code of conduct of the military, and they threaten people openly, say they go cut them throat, then go waiting at the word them they use, they go use a brush pan them or whatever. They have the terminologies that they were using openly in the front of State House or in the heart of the President's Lodge, wherein you been get the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President, the people the way they guide her, publicly, filmed, issue threats against citizens of Sierra Leone. Nothing happened. This chief of staff was still part of the command structure of the military. So you arresting people because you say you have substantial evidence. Why, if that evidence is substantial enough, why is it only substantial to you but not for the public? And you can't say this now because of national interest. No, it's a big lie. Because the moment where you don't institute arrest, you don't trigger suspicion, you don't create anxiety at the country. That now don't feel say the country is unsafe. Sierra Leone is not a safe place to be for let you announce a coup d'etat. Because we all know it's in a coup. Like I say, we have witnessed it. NPRC coup 1992, now middle Usai we day. Now everything, every operation take place. Usai then they fire gunshot, Usai then they kill person. The first person then kill. Now 1992 coup. Now close to Usawide, less than 1/2 a mile Usawide. The first place where they take over, the State House, the Parliament, the law courts here, what you call them, before then they even drive for go announce, they announce na Bintimani. Na area Usai we grow up. So we've seen it. We've been around, we don't see where we they under hostage in a regime where take over AFRC 1997. We know what happened. So if you able, one moment you tell say the country is safe, the next moment you tell say then the stage coup against you, what do we believe? Or is it safe when you feel that it is safe, and it is not safe when you feel that it's not safe? People will not understand what we're saying right now. They will take it as politics. But we therefore be very careful. Will they create unnecessary problem? Usai problem nodi. That is what I'm saying. President Bio at the time, and I keep saying at the time because if we now find out, we don't mention much about government activities or anything, and it is deliberate. But we'll leave that for another day. We have not touched on anything we get for do with government activities. This will talk about security concern because it could be anybody. Simple scenario. I can go to Sierra Leone and get picked up because they say, Mr. Depanku. Because they say the arrest now police, soldier man them, and civilians. Then they don't arrest. So anybody, you family member, because I get a dissenting voice, that means I'm guilty of a coup. Is that what this is? Or do we have actual threats in Sierra Leone? Back to Itiboy.
Well, like Council Femi, you what's in your take on this actual incident of an alleged coup, because like what you say, is it a coup or it is something else? I differ to accept it to be a coup or an attempted coup by any citizens of Sierra Leone, be it military, civilian, or the police. But let's hear what Femi's view on this particular incident would be, because the thing is why make a one for like we all get an opinion on this now, because we may have the same mindset, but the opinions will never be the same, because the way how media look at them, now the fact say, the question really ask, is it safe to say Sierra Leone is safe when it is safe for the president, or it's safe to say Sierra Leone is not a safe country when the president don't feel like he is safe? Yes, the president is important, but also the people of Sierra Leone is more important, because without the people of Sierra Leone, we will not have the president. So,
wait till you say that, Tibo, you hear me?
yeah.
The reason make us say this is they have this thing, oh, the diaspora, and they give the country bad name. When they sell so negative news. But who's selling the negative news? If you don't tell the whole world, say, your country not safe, could they happen there? Who will go to your country to do business, tourism, whatever you name it? So I should only say Sierra Leone is safe and peaceful, and it is good for business when the people, the powers that be wants me to say that. But then when the powers that be say it's a coup, I should not say Sierra Leone is not safe, because this place, then they make coup there anytime, your business not safe or whatever. Or I can't, ask any of my friends from here to go on vacation to Sierra Leone if they want to, or to go visit Sierra Leone. So now this mind game, they say, the people with concern have to make up their minds and be truthful and honest to themselves and honest to Sierra Leone, not your immediate gains.
Okay, well, look, we'll go over to Femi. Femi, what's your take, and what's your own take on the attempted coup attacking Sierra Leone, as we've all heard?
Okay, so T-Boy Juma, for me it's quite simple. We're not part of the security services, so sometimes we not go get all the information, sometimes we then get. But one thing to note, one parable been there, or one story been with them in the tell will be small. We then say you get for tick ten cry wolf. Because the day we wolf they come, you no go get nobody where they can support you. For the last few years, certain people then don't begin call with people them non-Sierra Leoneans. If you're not a part of a political party, you're non-Sierra Leonean. If you're not sitting in the way we will see them, you're a criminal. They even use the word terrorist pan people them. We just opposed to their style of doing things. So imagine, say, somebody, or we leaders them in particular, they label their citizens them in that way when it's supposed to be peaceful time. Then they can't cry wolf. Who are we to believe? Who are we to believe? On one hand, they cry and they say, yes, these people are this, these people are that, they're terrorists, they want to terrorize the country. August 10 last year, then say they use August 10 for topple a democratically elected government. I think it's not the word they use. They use certain words. They use certain words, and we really and truly we should not be taken lightly. Then put Sojaman, then we treat them. Before election, we see where the armed forces then descend on the capital city. We've been small. Man no na barracks. Man did. Man no did not treat. Even we been rascal who would go for combat where then catch you then good damn dirty bit, because you're not supposed for where dandy. Man self not supposed to wear combat inside tongue, let alone civilian wear them. So you see, there were certain rules them where we all know say for apping. We've been the apping today. Right now, every rule in Sierra Leone has gone out of the window. Any rule will make sense. Don't go out of the window. The one that will not make sense, that they will see. As I say, I can't prove if there's a coup or not a coup, but what I can state, and we get evidence, and thank God for social media and the internet as we know it today. There's evidence for say this administration don't they try for label the opposition and anybody who gets an opposing voice to them in a negative way and accuse them of Denkantiaso. So now, if you be or if you not be, we still not go believe. So really and truly, the leadership of Sierra Leone then gets themselves, then put themselves in a very funny position. But now all we ask again, just check out the election, we ask for proof. Just like how we ask for proof for the election, we will take today we don't get. Almost week don't pass. Now so back, the longer all them people are so we ask them for proof. We ask them for names. We do 2-3 of the name that we don't come out. we ask them for make them show the proof. We notice on them, yes, there might be matters of national security, but according to them, they don't scatter the coup. Then don't hold the main people. So enough for be problem for me. Then tell we exactly waiting not been the issue with them feel to say threaten the security of the country.
I want to ask if we get a video, we will play them now or okay. So yeah, we'll go. I think we will find T-Boy. If when we're ready, we'll play the video. Let people read the chief of staff in your statements. Then we can continue the conversation from there. But so from waiting Femi say so. Because the thing is now you don't cast doubt. Whether it's true or not, you yourself when they issue the statement, no go believe. Because you don't issue so many distorted statements where you yourself know for say not so true, they were just made up statements. Because if they were true statements, particularly the August 10 incident, where they say na coup, na terrorist, na insurrection against government, up until today, we are not able to try the people them where cause that insurrection day. Apart from people who na go na say the riot, you know, disorderly behavior, damages here and there. But when you say coup and insurrection against government, that's reasonable offense. Almost of them people in the one don't send life imprisonment or one don't kill. From August 10 to date now, 1 year this. Yang, nothing. We not see nothing. So T-Boy, these statements give clarity or it left you more confused?
It left me more confused. Reason being, when you look at all the incidents of the thing that we don't happen over the past couple of years, especially for last year, like you mentioned, many people were arrested for insurrection, for terrorism, for other activities than they were arrested for, but they haven't been tried. So to me, if you have made an arrest for an allegation, if I don't put that person there on trial and make we know what's in the crime we commit, and if it gets a representation, it gets a representation. And to be honest, even if you are a coup plotter, you can still have a representation. I don't see anybody where they need to represent a court anyway. If nobody know what for represent them, government for able for provide names of people that we go represent them. Because at the end of the day, you can't accuse somebody and the person going to court and not get representation. So you don't have a case to answer to it because you're not getting anybody to represent you, except if you choose to represent yourself, then that's different. So with all the arrests and allegations that has been made within the past 5 years in Sierra Leone, we haven't seen none of these cases have been called up into any court system in Sierra Leone. Why? Is it because there is no evidence? Why? Is it because it is not true? It's just an allegation and they don't have nothing to back it up? Why? Is it because they just want to silence these people so that others will just be afraid and keep their mouth shut or not say anything? Why? It's because we don't know. So basically, I will not take this one for being true because I don't even know that they're under arrest. I don't know why they arrest them, who side they arrest them, which kind part he played by this alleged coup, whether he was the ringleader, whether he wasn't. So if the chief of staff or the head of the military, they say anybody where you safe, where they Insai, that is a huge amount of implication because you might be in the midst of people having a discussion when they get nothing to do with you. You might be in the midst just passing by, overhearing people's discussion, and then somebody can point his finger at you say, I mean, see Juma self, he been tin up next to them people that so they keep this meeting. Then go old Juma. We see how people were killed in Sierra Leone during the war. Where then be the point figures at people and say, listen, listen, me man.
Rebel collaborator.
You on both sides. Many people were killed unlawfully. Even Mion Paddy suffered his death because he was wrongfully high marked by people away something we just don't hit up. Then kill her right in the middle of Swahili because they can't point and say, nah, I'm a man or a Nigerian man. Now, so intake in die. So if we don't get into that situation they do in the war, we're not in a war right now. So basically now secret arrest and what's next, we don't know. Israel is secret arrest and execution, secret arrest or imprison, secret arrest or torture. Because if they torture you, you can't survive, you can't come out, you can't go because you can't talk. So you are going to be dead. So we don't know exactly what's in the state and nature of them people that's what they say under arrest. So I will not believe the fact that this is a coup attempt. Because if not coup attempt, then they put the coup plotters, they line them up in a public newspaper or public television or public news. Whether accused now, whether whether you found guilty or not guilty, but then go publicly display the names and faces of people who are the ringleaders. If not, so then 50 self, but then go put the whole picture one. We don't see the one where they be foot as coup plotters, then where they kill couple of almost 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 25 years ago. Some of them, they will not get picture to their faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them, they will not get picture to their face. But guess what? Then put their name and empty silhouette.
Right.
So it is possible to say these people have faces, they have names, and they belong to something. So let's us see who they are. And then make a justify that. Say, oh, this man, I mean, Sabi, yes, he will involve because I'm a man. Let myself make my own judgment as a civilian. Let myself make my own opinion with the people who in the city they're not accused. Because some of them might have alibis. So when
that's exactly what I wanted to say, right? T-boy, waiting the chief of staff do so, say even if you see or you been there around, now for create panic.
Yeah.
That I would not want to associate myself with this, even if I can, therefore provide a strong alibi. Say, no. On that day, I say this man been there at this meeting. No, may be there together and I'll be there drink coffee over and I'll be cookie to binta. You understand what I mean? Yeah. No, we watch football na one cinema place, or be they hang out na their WhatsApp pub or wherever then call the place. Okay, or no, we been take road trip, we go XYZ place. Now, me not go get that confidence there for go provide that alibi there to that person. So I don't disadvantage that person because we see, just like you mentioned, T-boy, where them put people, where them catch where somebody say this is a rebel collaborator. He go say, hey, una ask Mr. X, now we all been there together. But Mr. X, they afraid so much because of summary execution.
He go deny. Say, I don't want to talk here more.
He they run, he go. They all and then shoot him before everybody else. Then they make first let the person dig in your own grave. You go inside. Then they shoot you there. Then cover you.
But
someone was killed right in front of my eyes. Now Congo cross roundabout by Vine Memorial. We then align for cross checkpoints because maybe they go Juba. They come out Sakila Road, they go Juba. There are no vehicles. Now that checkpoint, so then somebody can point, say this, then go cry, then say this is a rebel collaborator. They make the man go naked, it's a map. The man they cry so say, no, not so true. If they call if una work out, Mila gonna the area alone ask, cannot be there, not born nobody else. No one could come to his defense. He was shot right there. We have seen these things. Let's take another example, T-boy, before I left you for go, and we'll come back to Femi. This platform, with a given a reference, for long understand, say the conversation with the gay has nothing to do with other things, but for let we be careful how they do. The Palo Conte situation, right? Palo Conte was what? Ex-military man, ex-minister of defense, ex-minister of internal affairs, head of Ebola response. You understand? So you go say he gets all the description and profile for capable for make a coup or assassinate a president, right? Because of his background. He was called by whom to State House? The president.
The president, yeah.
For COVID. First meeting, second meeting, what happened? The man gets gun. Is it right? Is it legal to have a gun in Sierra Leone? Yes, as long as it is licensed. He went to State House. He declared his bag to say, I have a weapon in here. Many go for go make coup. The Tiwa want for go use. They take a go hand them over. Say, okay, let it go. Unas then say he go for go assassinate the president. He want make coup. Una provide CCTV footage. Lights not been there. Una provide this. That not been there. How we make? He was held in prison for how long? Almost a year, close to a year, on a charge like that. At the end of the day, what happened? After all the cries and what he call, oh, he's not guilty. Now be careful. Oh. Over to you, T-Boy. Sorry, I
just want to highlight some of the incidents that will be the apple no more doing the war. We get for do it alibi and name and finger pointing. We then say rebel them be to go inside mosque or church. Then in the act say, "Una the imam na ya." Where the imam himself when an imam they deny say, "Oda talk that word the ego cost mommy cause for just for let them define no more say he's not even the imam." So that is the state at which. Yeah, that was fact. That was fact. That's no joke. But now in the state at which the cons can be done there at that particular point in time, now they will slowly drift to psychological mental torture. Because when you get into that state where you're not able to accept what the truth is, it means you're mentally disturbed. Because you go to work on a road, you think say, this man will they kill so, if they get for kill him. I see them women and me and two be Sidona or stay that they done before they got arrested in the morning. But you not get mind for talk for in that Monday in defense. You see don't tell and kill them. That they play that you mind for years. It's a self-mental torture for make you know say your testimony, your truth, your alibi will have saved that individual's life. But you sit back just because of you afraid say if you talk, then go kill you all too. You gotta make him sacrifice himself, you go and die. So alibi is going to be a very key issue in this particular alleged coup we will all don't see so right now. Because if they're able to come for prosecute and then they ask you, say, Usa you been there from this point in time to that point in time, and this particular day at this hour, where were you? And then you say, I've been in my house at sleep. UF can't even come and testify for say yes, even though it's me. So don't go pass around UF, don't tell UF, say if you get involved in this one, all the good on.
But that is chief of staff that you don't do so.
All right. Well, if the video ready, make we listen to the video and look, we see whether
go to that video. Just how you alibi comment it. Let's take it out of Sierra Leone. Waiting at the worst name where you're afraid for let them call you at the wall. Before now, the last 10 years, last 10 after 9/11.
Terrorists.
Okay. So when they be the old terrorists, they also then they carry them home.
Guantanamo Bay.
Okay. So these two young Asian guys, okay, British, Pakistani, Brits, them, you know, them parents come up Pakistan, they were born in Leicester. Okay, they got arrested as terrorists that they were going to go train a terrorist camp in Afghanistan, and they were sent to Guantanamo Bay. Okay, if you can recall that story there.
I do.
And them there, now Guantanamo Bay, where then they try for justify, where then they try for try them and everything, where then they hold the court martial for them. Then bring camp picture. The picture where them bring, show them now the terrorist camp they train, they wear tracksuits, Adidas tracksuits. Okay? And then bring can and produce as evidence. They were locked up for years at Guantanamo. But the lawyer been so strong. British guy. The bright guy and deny say they've not been there. But how now we say not been there where this picture, this satellite image of a picture Ketchuna at the terrorist camp, with this tracksuit una the train. Alibi. What saved them? Them they woke na PC world. On the date of the event, where they say them be there at the camp, they signed in a PC world for say they were at work on that day. And therefore bring the register, and the manager come and testify, say indeed they were at work, and here is their signature where they sign in for Kana work. But this will not happen in Sierra Leone. Now, under this circumstance, if a chief of staff don't say anybody with a name call themselves, you self they go. I just want to highlight that as part of alibi where then the time for where they don't compromise now. Carry on.
Well, that's not one significant one, because that alibi did not just set those guys free, but it saved their lives and possibly the lives of many others, where they will begin to reconsider some of the alibi then when they use as in their defenses for say they were not terrorists. Now, in Sierra Leone, people were accused of being terrorists. Now, they are now being accused. Again, they accuse people then for being terrorists when they carry no terrorist act. There was no, that I don't know what the terrorism act will get in a saloon, but no incident of that nature was directly related to terrorist activities. It was a protest that became violence and people were killed. It is not terrorism. So basically, if they were accused of being terrorists, national broadcasters are accusing them to become terrorists. Then now we also have the military, the head of the military, accusing some of his military officers who were serving under him as coup plotters. Where are the evidence? So let's listen to him, Femi, if he's ready. So people then go make up their own mind and see what you see, because me know I mean anyway, I can't hear today for the first time and make exactly what's in a message. So the rest of the military that were listening to him and those that were not, because that message is going to be passed on to the least military officer within the mess. So let's listen to what his message was. Over to you, Mr. Palmer.
Very, very short. I know say some man who they talk to that part, they carry money back. Also, that they carry money because of the damn philosophy. Also, what I will tell you that is damn philosophy. Damn, quickly. Yes? Damn philosophy. Damn, just the meaning of damn, quickly. Okay. Okay. So that means that philosophy is not permit everybody know now. So we're not for you. I will count away when you pay money. But besides that, people they don't see money, it's money, they will come for school fee. That's all. You will get for every people. But anyway, our elections are done also. Elections are done. We all do very well also. And we are clean, both locally and internationally. How we conduct yourself very well. We are all pleased. I personally was pleased, and that's why on the 27th, after that, immediately, and they don't have me, that's a whole on standby. I didn't have the office and send WhatsApp message, you have a general forum. I send thanks to everybody, including commanders. I'm sure they'll be telling everybody also. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the way somebody work. Of course, I can always say you are not working for me, you are working with me. When somebody don't work with you well, if you don't get anything for that, but just say thank you. Also, and that was what we did exactly. We have to say thanks to all of you. And interestingly, also, we all listen to the state of Parliament yesterday, even the Commander-in-Chief yesterday. They thank everybody. They thank his great sector, they appreciate everybody. For the good work, who will do election, who will maintain the peace, who will conduct himself very well. Yeah. That's the spirit I want us to maintain always. That's the spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the spirit. In as much as we all have individual differences, as I've already said, because we are very practical person. We all get individual differences. But when it comes to the armed forces, we look ourselves as one people. As one people. When it comes to the armed forces. Because this is a national institution, so we treat it as such. Yeah? In South Africa. So man come Makeni north, so man come Kailon east. But some of you there, we will get a friend away now from end the common. No, so? Yes, sir. So that means this is not just one small country. We honor now one of the same people. But over time, we don't say we get people away. They try for bring division. And most times, are the politicians. And as you always say, every the president will say, more let them make their own mistake. Always leave the politicians to do their own thing. Let's remain professional. When you don't need them, you say at the point they will realize that they will come to, they will sort themselves out. Yeah? So please, ladies and gentlemen, I want us, let me talk about that damn philosophy. The last part of it, professionalism, is very key here. Let us always remain professional and remain as one body. Yeah? Because at the end of the day, the people of this country, they look up to we. For those of us who are not in this country when the war comes, we need to forget what they did during the war. We need to sit back and get a reflection. How, what will go through during the 11 years, and even after that, what will happen? Now, yeah. We all know. The one that said we don't be going army, but they were at the fringes and they see way, then they molest soldier, then they hang power by soldier. We don't go through all that thing and we all have their families. Don't so? So I'm not sure what I really want to go backwards. Not so? Unless otherwise, you will think so for go back, you will put your hand up, everyone come on and go back to the office and tell me. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure we want to go back. Let's say, we want member. Yeah? So please, I will urge everybody to remain professional. Stick to what you are there for. You know what you do as men, women and women. Yeah? Now, the main issue. Last weekend, a lot of arrests have been made, both civilians and some of the police. Been ranking, majors, captain, below, lieutenant. Really simple. They attempt for subvert the state. Subvert means subversion. Yeah? They attempt for subvert the state. For bringing back. So you see the one you told us. But because of the intelligence lead, they're able for all that to say what they may do. So at the moment, a lot of arrests have been made. And now I know all day, some man will say, soon I thought I don't see that. So that's why deliberately I don't say this body will come from that. So that everybody understand what is happening. So that she knows somebody tell you.
Thank you for the video. I don't hear you the message, and they make few things then clear we myself understand, and we have to say if we go by that mandate today, then Salon will be a better place. Are they just giving us lip services of what they're saying, or are they not actually actualizing what they're saying? We talk say we should not be part of politics. Good. But not being part of politics, is it the same as voting then they execute in the military force in Sierra Leone? I don't think so. Because if the head of the military, they say, we already are so, we come on at different parts of the country. You get me coming at the southeast, you get people who come out Kailong, people who come out the north. And we all don't keep women from different, we get girlfriends from different places. it sounds like a statement that is legit. But tell me how many times they don't arrest military officers then we come off from the Southeast. Tell me how many times we don't get issues of any concern for military officers then we come out from the Southeast. Tell me how many times within the past 5 years we don't get any kind of matter that will be of interest in any part of Sierra Leone where then they deploy military officers then go to the Southeast. That has never happened. And there are so many unrest activities that will not happen at the Southeast within the past 5 years where we are aware of, where everybody in our salon are aware of, but never had any kind of military intervention. It don't happen at Kono, it don't happen at Makeni, it don't happen at Koinadugu, it don't happen at majority of the north and south, and the east when are Kono to be specific. But we've never seen immediately after SLPP took office in 2018, then ransack military and police officers then inside Kenema town by civilians. Nothing happens. We don't see incident them. We don't happen at the Southeast then where then they deploy military officers then for go do what in for protect the interest of the one where they perpetrate the crime against the victims. It's the other way around. So what's in the head of the military talk is just a lip service. Please. I think if we listen to her one more time, we will disband the military because everything we say is contrary to what then they do. So Juma, I don't know what's your take. Give me the this before. This is not the first time I hear. And sorry, I'm not happy to listen to this and feel to say, yes, he's justifying his actions of what he really meant is exactly what he's saying. Sorry, to me, it's just a lip service. It's a shame.
I was just smiling in disgust where I listened to him, because again, somebody writes, Mr. Jamboya writes now a chat group say deception and lies are now a culture in Sierra Leone. Work can try for swear small now, so you can big missile and not swear. But that's exactly what this is. So we pray that if waiting the chief of staff, they say, not true and minam, let God bless them, let benefit in family. But if not true again, and in all mean what they say, we left a case to God. So God, they take control. It's sad. It is sad for Sierra Leone, especially in using the war years of Sierra Leone, waiting we go through the aftermath of the war, which we go through and waiting salon still they suffer. Some people get the mark a day and they would then cut them, and they would then cut them, foot them, would then cut in nose or in lip. Some people, they're not able to...
Don't say no more the scar of the 10 years of brutal war in Sierra Leone.
Sometimes you get for mention and that way, if you just say
it's still visible in the eyes of men.
Yeah. We mention, say, then cut people down and cut the people in foot, then boss people, they yai them. Some man go understand. They use that for justify other things today. But they fail for use that for correct the bad things the way they happen under their leadership in the military. Meaning he's been part of Joint Force Commander and all of those things before he became Chief of Staff. It talk about military professionalism. Military people were given orders by who we don't know, shot at and killed people at Pademba Road prison. Even if we've been there in the state of war in Sierra Leone, we've been there during war, you understand what be the fate against rebels. The first point now for capture the rebel and crime go for understand. Waiting there, you need just go for go killer, except if you life that at risk. Let alone now opening fire, rapid fire for unarmed civilians there were incarcerated, whether they were guilty or not, or they wait trial, some of them. We don't see, you don't highlight the things that we don't happen at Kailao, you know, Bo and other places, when a riotous conduct and other things, the way they threaten the security of that part of the country. When the military go, they waiting and they do. Then they protect them. One gunfire, but we've seen similar situation wherein people were shot at in Kono, in Koinadugu, in Makeni, in Potoko, and in Freetown. All within these 5 years. For this gentleman, they talk about professionalism. We don't see military people. They say military not for involved in politics, not so. But we've seen over the years, military people, they join dance with politicians. They celebrate winning of a political party. And inside that dance, they threaten people. This not to outside the play, not to like say you know no Usai, but you knew them. You know Usai for catch them. Now you deploy them there. Now you send them for go guard the president. But they were busy. The president, according to I said, the president said they left politics for the politicians. But the military joined. They threaten people and they sing. And those people, either they got promoted, they were given bonuses, and some of them still keep their job. Oh, we go find the other part of the video maybe later, because you know, we're not here always to talk. So the other part of the video there, we mention about, you know, that you will go and you know, anybody will show face, when a family member, you know, we be even there, we been present. So you don't say you arrest them people there because they subvert the states. You say then they try for care go back. Yen 30 days, you able to tell with names of people where they arrest. 30 days. The moment where you don't announce and so means it's not secret anymore. It's public knowledge. The people are supposed for no, the public supposed for no Uda and Uda you arrest. So let God help Sierra Leone. Me na that me get for say. But Femi don't talk earlier. They cry wolf. Where they come on a farm, they come. Every the people in Kai say ayekuna. All right. The day where wolf they run after you for kill you. Alex said, "Ah no, bo. Na Tibo always they cry wolf." And he say they take rope, go draw bush for kind of tongue. Then the animal they all appear. Where the animal they appear now, enable control. What's the chief of staff failed to highlight here? He mentioned the war, no, so that we don't want to go back to them dark days there. But it not highlight to we waiting lead we to the war in the first place. What led us to that war? Now then same thing I will talk about so. Then same thing I will the seize advantage from people and the injustice now the country, the bully. I was fortunate to be part of a training team which trained this restructured military on child protection and human rights issues. And they go Benguima nearly every day for that training period until they pass out. The thing where I felt bad for the other ranks, part of the tower they go there, they almost cry. And these are people away fed na the war, some of them perpetrate violence that me, I've been supposed to be upset with them. But when you get the opportunity for them with them and talk, and you understand that most of the things that happen, they didn't even know they were, now use them, they use them. Because of them same officers they are, then senior wire, where they get the news, then keep and they manipulate until waiting they want. So we've seen all of that. See, I starting statement, he say, where they can't get us, so then fee say, then they can't the pie money. Do you know what that means in the first place? Well, let you say that being recorded. You get money for give people. You suppose for give them money. Who say you they pull the money where you they give all their officers then they? You don't have it. Your salary is not up to 50 million a month. So who say you they pull the money if not a politician they give you for can't give the military people there? Who say you pull them? Because now your salary no more and you benefit now you get depend on. So that money you can give all their officers the way you call them and parade like a dandy. Who say you they pull them? That calls for questioning. So now go over to you back. Because sometimes the way they talk, if you say people now they sound normal with the
you are Court Marshal, the head of the military.
I'm just asking questions. Now in talk, not to me talk, no, so now I say
Now in talk, now in word against in word, right?
Who side they put all the because they pass 200 or they do it to Lanianas.
Yeah, of course. But again, you are addressing a cross section of the military. That's not the entire military.
Exactly. So they still not make public statements.
So that is a very serious issue because you are addressing a cross section of the military. That can be one side of one.
Thank you very much. So other than they under whose representation?
Thank you.
Are they the ones that are in favor of you or the one that normally you want for getting so on a job day at the line?
Thank you.
Who that you been there address so? Now the whole military or not? Good catch, T-boy.
All right. Femi, your take on the statements before we round them up to the black in the pack. Over to you.
Well, guys, I don't know what else for say. As Juma say, the man in words them go hopefully come back and hunt them. And when I say hunt them in many ways. If not good it talk, and the facts and it, then we ask God for bless him, for him wisdom. But if not so true, again we pray make God answer in prayer. Really and truly, it's a sad situation, but it's nothing that we did not see coming. None of the tactics here were were even hidden properly. We don't see them. So the election, how they manipulate the election, we don't see them. I think then guys really and truly they fail to realize the saloon will be there, not to the saloon of we grandpa them or we great grandpa them. We are in the open. The people of Sierra Leone know. We can cry down social media and the harms that with social media cause, but honestly, the access to information with social media don't give, it's incredible, especially in places remote places like Africa, like Sierra Leone, who been depend on certain people and they feed we with information, and we take the information and they as gospel truth. Now we know better. Now we the question, we the ask for proof. When I mentioned Palo in case, that was terrible. In a country like Salon, where na the country we get the first airport study na Africa, not to Sojuma. We had the first broadcasting station in West Africa. Not sure if not the whole of Africa, but definitely West Africa. We get the first educational institution when at the Sierra Leone Grammar School, the very first university when at Frabe College. We are a country of first. You want to tell me, say, in this decade, in this this time period of technology, the one state house security not been get a functioning camera, not been get light way for capture, for portray, for not even portray, for ensure the safety of the president. The CCTV not been working because lights not been there. Really? We're not talk about any corner shop. We know they talk about any bafao. We they talk about State House. But what's that good for talk? Most probably it been the work. But it not show waiting the one for make we see. It not show waiting one for make we see. Now it make they not show with the evidence in there. And most probably now the same thing. Evidence day for the election. But hold on, sorry guys. I'm getting
company.
He passed company.
And unwanted guest.
No, no, in producer.
The producer anchor and bug me. So yes, sorry for that. Most probably in the election we get the evidence, but they're not gonna show them because the evidence not the show waiting they will make the country see. So that's the problem. When you get facts them and you hide them, then but eventually, as think you say, waiting up in a dark, must come to light. One day we go know what's happen in the last few years in Sierra Leone. And history go actually hold some of them people as accountable of the misuse of their power.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. I think on that note, we will wrap up the alleged coup d'etat in Sierra Leone. Well, it's an alleged coup d'etat. We yet to possibly verify whether it was an actual coup d'etat itself or it wasn't. Again, we therefore wait and see what will be the outcome of the result of this alleged coup d'etat in the next couple of days or weeks or months to come. So until they will finally disclose the
never.
Or never. Well, I would say maybe not. They might finally disclose the names of the perpetrators or the people in which they allege, say, we are part of this ring of coup plotters against this current administration. We all know, say, na administration we not genuinely based on the ECL mandate and the constitution of Sierra Leone. Okay, go on, Juma. Must stop.
No. I just because let you just round up. Let me tell you my own suspicion and personal opinion. I might be wrong.
If you want to challenge it.
We don't talk about the build-up before elections, years before elections, right? The name calling about terrorists, this, that. We saw arrests were made then. We saw arrests made during elections, and
this
arrests
all come inside.
All kinds of things. Arrests made during elections secretly, and now post-elections, arrests have been made without mentioning the names. So, and if this chief of staff say them people here, include military, police, and civilians, and anybody with name call they must call yourself can answer, or you can't talk. Are these other people just what you call them? Pawn them with and just they use them for get to the actual people they're with and the target? That's my prediction. Say that's exactly what they're aiming at. That they have politicians that they want to eliminate. We then go say, okay, let's name. So they will also go coerce them, we threaten them, then go name one or two politicians they will want. So then few politicians then they will want for nail. One of two things. We will either wait when they're out of the country, so they're able to come back again, so then they're in exile, or we hold them, we put them under house arrest, or detain them for a few time, go court back and frustrate them like we see in the Paulo case. So that is what I think wants to happen here.
I'm not go, Femi, you want podcast on that?
I mean, just until Juma say they see far. I like that. And I no go doubt, see they no go try something like that. They're trying by every means necessary for get rid of the opposition. And then things say they don't find the right angle. But as I say earlier on, unfortunately, whatever happen at dark, it must come to light. You know, na then safe inside then second for faith and safe with the story then go Canada who go hear what exactly happen that didn't say as soon as salon.
All right, thank you very much for me. I not go totally agree with Juma Yanda, but what you know I go say is yes, there might be an element or a huge amount of truth on the basis that they are actually tagging on certain individuals, not necessarily just politicians, but certain individuals who possibly they think will be of threat to their regime. And when you begin look at calling names of people who are not politicians, who are not military officers, civilians as well involved, it means it's a wide spectrum of people that they are looking at. Already they must have them on their list, and in the sky for eliminate them maybe in time to come, either within the shortest period of time or immediately when then go feel say things are settling down for them for continued governance. But anyway, that's not something we'll come back to and discuss, because like Juma say, some of them stuff they also they talk about today, now continuous progress we'll get for make on them, because things going to change from time to time, and we go bring and come back and talk about them if we get any more developments. So now let's move on to the anniversary of Black in the Park, who they align with also the anniversary of August 10, 11, and 12. We're now one of the... Sorry, Juma?
August 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, now August 8, 9, and 10. Right, okay. So what they align to August 8, 9, and 10, we now the most darkest period of Sierra Leonean aggrievement against constitution or institution, we now they go according to what they're supposed to do. So my take on this incident, Black in the Park, and August 8, 9, and 10, is very important to me. The reason being, the time where we do Black in the Park now was, the time where then been they do take your knees off my neck, as in George Floyd, right? So George Floyd was a global issue where Black people took upon the streets, not just Black people, but people already against violence from the police force all over the world took up the streets in protest against George Floyd incidents. And then same day, it was high in the middle of COVID, where people they die left, right, and center because of this COVID illness, where we just don't scatter all over the world. And we as Sierra Leoneans, then, we suffer similar kind of incident with police brutality at that same period of time in Sierra Leone. We're linked to the Pademba Road massacre, the Makeni Lives Matter, where they go shoot people in a Makeni because of power plant, the incidents will happen at Kono, the Tombo incident, and few more other police brutality will happen within that same period in Sierra Leone, and nothing came out of it. So we in the diaspora, we look at them and say, well, we can't sit back and allow all the NCS for the happen at Salon when a pure amount of police brutality against civilians, then we totally not get no way of ammunition for letting them able for arm themselves and defend themselves against the police or military officers, then maybe they attacking them. And we realized we need to put up a protest where we call Black in the Park. Black in the Park was put together by so many different organizations, concerned Sierra Leoneans, Makeni Lives, Like Minds, Makeni, we been guest Makeni Lives Matter, with we self when have been Sierra Gen Media in terms of planning and get a sit out at the park and make sure we address some of the issues there. So it was a successful event, and I believe we highlight most of the concerns they will want for highlight for the amount of police and military brutality will be there in a salon. Some of we are not connected with these people in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. But it is our duty as Sierra Leoneans for talk on their behalf and stop the police brutality when they happen at Salon. Because if it doesn't happen to you today, it might happen to you tomorrow or somebody that you know. So we protest in UK, we do Black in the Park, and we have a huge amount of turnout, and we talk about the issues, we display placards about some of the brutality and gruesome images them, when are the living images them of the social media way they turn against so till they don't use in their favor. So these are some of the concerns that we raised 3 years ago, and it's just fast approaching back again in the next couple of weeks where we celebrate the 3rd year of our, and we back them up with the issue of democracy that we are trying to reclaim back in Sierra Leone that has gone to the wrong end of voting with the feel to say that democracy. After that, now we come back and look into the August 8, 9, and 10 incidents we happen at Salone, will now be one of the biggest protests with Sierra Leoneans they say they need for do, because they believe say at that particular point in time, the standard of living was increasingly getting higher. There is a huge amount of police brutality. There is a huge amount of political unrest within the opposition, and there is a huge amount of things that maybe they happen to civilians then will not be necessarily warranting just because of they don't support the government in power. They should suffer the consequences, either economically, physically, financially, even in terms of work opportunities were not given to them. So everything was just one-sided. So the people of Sierra Leone took up the street and say, enough is enough. We need this amount of changes to happen, will lead to the deaths of so many people and some military and some police officers them back as well. We always know say it was not one of the best things to talk about. Well, it has happened in the history now of Sierra Leone, and we should not shy away from that history, because the more we act like for sedentary as not ever happen at Salone, now the more we create more problem, because these are going to be wounds in the hearts of Sierra Leone that is not going to be mended. And we don't go through the 10 years of brutal civil war, we still able for mend and wound and they, because we don't push things under the carpet, and we don't see the same victims and active members of the war period, and they don't emerge back, but now in a different form, and they still perpetuate the same amount of violence against the citizens of Sierra Leoneans, then we are free to say, not right. So that's not the issue, make we feel to say, we need for talk about Black in the Park and link them up also with the August 8, 9, and 10 incidents of the political protests or protests will happen at Salone in support of all the negative things that will happen to civilians. So Juma, what's your take on those two issues? If we want for take look, we do the August 10 one first, and then we come to the Black in the Park, because the Black in the Park is 3 years down the line, and the August 10 one is just about a year.
Well, I would say all them issues then they intertwine, and I mean for the main reasons, just that the outcome them been different. For example, the Black in the Park protest, where you highlight, it was concerned Sierra Leoneans, like minds for Makeni and Share Gem Media, and just people within the community and the diaspora come together and put that, protest together for highlights some of the things that we don't happen, we don't accumulate. And for one, say, hey, human rights abuse them in the country. Then don't cease with freedom of expression and freedom of speech. Nobody not get mind talk again. Then they arrest people indiscriminately. Then they kill people even when pose harm to the country or to anybody, even to yourself. So people with inside tongue, not get mind talk. Groups then decide, say, let's talk. Well, it was a challenging period, COVID time. All my remember for in life, but Sierra Leoneans then sacrifice and come out and do that and make a position statement, one, to the government of Sierra Leone, two, to the international community. And all the protest was calling for, say, we want you to investigate the indiscriminate killing, the massacre in Pademba Road prison, and all the unlawful abuse against citizens of that country. But As always, the government at the time say the diasporans they're idle. Then they inflame things where they happen at home. Then they portray the country in a bad image, even where the president they travel every day for go clean the country image. We not like salon. Because they're not a reward. As far as they're concerned, any way you talk now against the country, you're not like salon, you're negative. But the same government go tell you, say, oh, if you are aggrieved, now for wait till you go to the ballot box and go exercise your rights there. People picked up and say, okay, well, until the diaspora no more they talk, people not talk self-serving say, no, we don't talk. The one in the diaspora and they don't talk for we too much. We say we will join now law talk, but law tell the government say we are not happy. August 10, people decide for come out. 8, 9, and 10. Then sit down house. Government officials then go on radio and television and the internet. Say, hey, why una for sit down house? Una come on at street. Una come on at street. Government, where the people and sit down at the house, na government council, una come on at street, una faceless, una no get face, na coward them. 8 and 9. The 10th, people decide for come out na street. Hey, una come on at street, una can't challenge the government where they kill una all. Then you issue coffee back after you don't kill so many people. You issue coffee, so una sit down on house back. So which is which? And say the vice president now they lead the investigation for August 10, 30 days.
Oh.
Are they still break? Then the vice president now me for lead investigation on the massacre na Pademba Road prison. 30 days. No, if we. So there are still unanswered and unresolved issues which concern human rights, massacre and things that we need for be highlighted na the world stage again. Because as diasporans, we have nothing. As Sierra Leonean citizens, we have nothing but our voices for talk. You get power today, you know they listen, but all those things have been documented. But the one good thing I want for say, T-Boy, over the years, the protest from Black in the Park show say not to for nothing. The 8, 9, and 10 protest show say not to for nothing. Because the very one that side with president in the last government been say it go clean with country image, then reports and highlight the same thing them where Black in the Park protest been there about. Highlight the same things them where they kill people them for August 8, 9, and 10 protest. So it shows say the Sierra Leoneans that we go out and protest or we voice their opinion out, they're not crazy. But the government is still in denial. Now, then they say, no, can't talk now, all now, one mama, one papa. But if you don't tell people and say they're not getting right for talk, when they wanted to speak up, you said them for set them out. At the machine are you big too, then you know for cry. And that kind pattern there. See, now me get power. Now you say the people them for can't sit down. So you be saying no, you need to talk with nobody, not terrorist them. Now you want for can't sit down, say let them talk peace. You be say the country peaceful. So who's peace now want for can't sit down talk? Where peace they overflow. So people were killed unnecessarily, and the president of the country, all them killings, not ever make any statement, without one where they blame people them and call people names. And not call we as a country and say, what happened August 8, 9, and 10, and the things that will precede August 8, 9, and 10, not for happen in Sierra Leone. Never. Even the police officers, the way that they claim, say we are killed by civilians, because then civilians and they want to make coup against the country. Then don't forget about them. I doubt when at the last day they go visit their family members. Or if they do ever give them benefits, if any. Where they sit down and they die for the state. The sad part, you have a government where they might lie just for justify for kill innocent people because they protest. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sidom, do one whole PowerPoint presentation, 1 hour, 45 minutes. They call all the international community. Then people, and they call all the high commissioners, the ambassadors, blah, 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 blah. They say, I can't see them. When I see how them people are tell us na jihadists and terrorists, they will not believe. Lo, show now. Look the gun the way they been get. Lo and behold, let me talk earlier, internet not a lie. What you put na computer na they so for me. And go touch picture them and can't put them there. They say, you see this are the AK-47, they seven them be old. Can't find out now waiting. Now Nigeria man them. Nigeria man be don't die. A music video weapon, and then go use them can and put a middle people there. And see, remember what I've been saying about the one in Guantanamo in Afghanistan. Now the same thing they do.
Then Contemplate puts the other one there among the one away. No, be immediately the same.
Yes. But ask them, let them go provide you a video image. Because they get video images the way they show. Let them provide you a video image of that picture the way they capture. There is none. Now somebody will don't die 10 years ago. Now Nigeria man, now be civilian, musician, he do music video in pictures them, in image, and then take them go put. They say, see the gun that they get for can't take over the country. An innocent protest. Say today, nothing. Today, I see government people where they serve na government, they write all about, say, when I see one person in Holland, are they buy your? Now they tell you, now make let them go kill people there. Like now they buy or shoot gun. So because now they buy or talk, they Holland, are they buy the cost, mammy cost, but because they buy or talk, people then come out now do. Soldier man and police then get right for shoot and kill them. Then stop for being Sierra Leonean at that time. So you kill the left both. So all of these things that we now resolve issues, I think make them important for let Black in the Park come out again and re-echo their voice at this time, because Sierra Leoneans, they need them more. Now we don't see, they don't begin and go and capture people and say na coup na make. Then Keolian that say thy kingdom come. Then they go only and go kill in a corner. The other way they been killed 1992, 30 days, and picking and no side and kill there and grave. 30 days where they been killed. They don't know them, then grave them. So Black in the Park, if you ask me if it is necessary for come out and voice out the opinion again of within them in start.
All right, thank you very much, Juma, for that. And I believe, say, like you don't highlight most of the concerns that we surrounded by these two significant incidents. Them, I feel to say, if I for make we highlight them once more, for make people aware of the significance of them two events also, and why we feel say it necessary for make we talk about them right now. As we all know, Black in the Park, they happen back again in the UK on the 28th of this month, Bank Holiday Monday, where I feel say they will go back again at the same budget spark, I believe, and then we'll be for talk about the reason why Black in the Park was there 3 years ago. And also this time around, then they blend them in with the Save, Rescue Our Democracy or Protect Our Democracy that has long gone within the past 5 years of this past government. But we don't see a lot more has happened in regards to human rights abuse, political violence, abuse of democracy, we don't escalate beyond what's in that been the norm of expectations possibly 10, 15, 20 years ago. We know they say the previous governments they were on day from Tijan Kaba in days right up to the end of Aneskoma era were perfect. No, we're not saying that. But those are areas that we all know for sure, say we not be don't get to this level where the rate at which human rights abuse, political violence, and the abuse of the democracy don't escalate. I can always ask people them why we always like for make examples of the bad things that really happen and we justify them with the actions of what's happen currently in Sierra Leone. Because it don't make sense. What make us say not make sense, we make an example of the bad things them compare them to and say, hey boy, APCB don't do this. Okay. So what if now we SLBP get for commoting a power any point in time from now, and then the worst happen? We're not go happy back for make them say, oh, when like SLBP don't do dandy, so it okay if APC can do this back, or it okay if any political party can do worse than what's in APC and SLBP don't do. No, it's not. We cannot justify wrongdoings and make it in our own defense to say, well, it is okay. We are doing it because the worst has been done. Are we saying we're going back to the dark ages of Hitler and say the worst for Apple now by maybe Russia, America, UK, or Ukraine? No, we can't. Because that's not the world we're living today. So we look at the worst form of protest, maybe don't happen. 1977, Salone. Can we compare it to what happens in terms of the fatality and way we suffer as a nation? We don't see the worst of riots, of protests. Now, stone no more, you go see them stone people and fire tear gas, and that's it. And dispatch the crowd. And this is the same crowd, but this time around, not in uniform, but clothes. The same young people, the same youths. But let's think about it. If this protest may happen at the central part or the western part of Freetown, would it be the same? Just flip the coin around and think if it will be the same. The detriment of Freetown is being suffered by one specific area of Freetown. We know they say hard up northern at the west too, or the central part of Freetown or Sierra Leone. But there are certain areas that suffers the worst of everything that happens in Sierra Leone. If you want to make the comparison, oh, when I saw back stuff, it's in America. Oh, when I saw back stuff, it's in London. But I can always say, the man waiting in London, waiting on that dole for the rest of his life is better than the person who work in a salon in an administrative setting where just they receive in basic salary. Basic. I'm not talking about the how they thief, the how they receive in basic salary. Can't make those comparisons. And we cannot justify the wrongs of Europe and then use them as we own advantage because of it they happen and that. So it will happen. And the same example they make again as alone. Oh, well, credit crunch day all over the world. So we too for suffer the consequences because credit crunch day all over. But you know in the West and they do for help for sustain the lives of their own citizens. Where there is an economic disaster in some of these European countries, they back people up. What do we do in Sierra Leone to back us up, to back up the civilians that cannot even afford a daily meal? Nothing. So even though the West, they suffer the consequences of the economic struggles they were in to go to, then they still fund we. And when in the fund we, the money in the fund we, instead of we own government, they use them well and utilize them to the citizens they wait them for supposed to utilize the money to, then they keep it in pocket and enjoy their own life. And live a luxurious life under the premises of people their own suffering. So if we begin making comparison, they are so wrong. So the reason why make will lead up to everything we end up for be August 8, 9, and 10. Now the same thing where the head of the military highlights say, look, remember what we don't go through during the war. But enable for highlight, say, let's remember the consequences of what he make we get to that war in the first place. Because if he was part of the people that stopped or end the war, if we understand why the war starts in the first place. But if you never understand why the war starts in the first place, and then able to make them as an example for me to not go back to those dark ages, if we're equally able to make an example of why we get to those dark ages in the first place. Because you cannot pave the road for success without illustrating the road to success. Because if you pave the way to success, if you also tell me what are the consequences for this road to be paved as it is, for you to be successful, these are some of the things that you have to go through, that anything else you don't come out from, and you don't have to repeat those same mistakes. If you repeat them again, you're not going to forget through the success part. So let's look at the reasons why we had the Black in the Park protest. It don't stop from the 3 years ago. No, it hasn't. Now it has taken a different form. What? Underground is incident the way they happen, where they cannot the public eye anymore. Okay, the president don't abolish the death penalty, but you might as well just left them. So people know that yes, they're going to be dead tomorrow because of a crime that they have committed. But you know how many people have died silently without any form of accusation of crime, just single out, take that man out and don't exist anymore. There are a huge amount of rumors of disappearance of people in the military, in the police force, and in the civic world, as in civilians. There are no physical evidence to trace all those things that are happening. So do you believe them or you don't believe them? But where are the evidence of these people gone missing? Do we see them or we don't? We don't see them. And even families are scared to highlight the missing persons that they have within their own reach because they don't know nothing for say. And if they say something, they will be next. So they keep quiet. So there is a huge amount of secrecy and silence incidents that are happening in Sierra Leone, where you know, even they imagine, say, for they happen in a small country like a Salon, where almost everybody is related. If I go online right now and check the people that are Sabi, then we'll bokutete based on the link where Sabi this, Sabi that, Sabi that, because of the kind of trend where we come out from. Very small family mindset where we all know possibly each other. So these protests happen for a reason. What are the reasons? Juma, I just want to highlight a very serious other incidents we have to say go lead up to a couple of more incidents, then we go lead up to protests with something likely might cause a problem again in Sierra Leone or might not. The Abacha incident. Do you want to throw light on that? Because to me, that is another crucial thing we have to say. Yes, it is okay. It is okay for clean Abacha. It is okay for get rid of all the street skating in Sierra Leone, in Freetown to be specific. But do we have an alternative? That's one. Two, if the alternative is available, is it ready? Because one of the alternatives that we see in Alomli, sorry, of course, you might see them because we did it just by the bridge, the Femi Bridge, what we call Sengrepierre Bridge. There was a makeshift market supposed to be built specifically for street skating. You don't go even look at twice. Because now a temperature death trap, just like similarly the kind way we did at Victoria Park where they abolish them to graveyard style markets, we can also call it. Now a 6x, you not even reach 6x6. So we look at the thing there also and see whether we still do the things that we go make we get another incident of August 8, 9, 10. Because now you don't get rid of the whole of Abacha. That to me, primarily, is political. Not at this point in time when we already have serious issues about the political unrest in the country, and you go create more disaster for another extended political unrest without creating an alternative. Why would you want to victimize street skaters? Just because they don't support you? or just because they're not in favor of your government, or just because you believe, quote unquote, for say by it's on record. We don't know who these people voted for. We haven't seen their voting cards. And when we do a couple of interviews in Abacha, there is a mixture of APC and SAPP all over. And they're not fighting each other. They're not fighting themselves every day. They need to make palaver to themselves every day. Then they leave because they are all aiming at one thing: go market, sell, provide for their family, and survive. That's all they care about. So if you take it as a political tool and get rid of them for any reason whatsoever, because we see what happened the day after election. Now the streets of Gad Street and a few more other places, the Bombay Street Market, right in front of the house of APC, the presidential candidate. We see how people manhandle the trader and markets them, just because they believe that they were APC supporters. Hello, what's wrong with that? What's in the crime where you don't commit for support a political party where you choose for support? So I want to look at that incident and see whether it is something that is what's happening now that will not create anything of an unrest tomorrow. We'll not anticipate more, but it is like a time bomb. Anything can happen from there because there is no alternative. What's your take on that, Juma? Think before you talk.
Yeah, it's sad. Sad for Sierra Leone.
That is some of the things that will lead to some of the incidents that we'll talk about right now.
Exactly. So, I'll let go back to reference, okay? So we understand. And I go too far. We just go to the video quick first. The chief of staff in video. Waiting at the word where tell the military guy in opening after I talk about the money. He say, I know say we all there also get with differences. The preface and with that. Some of us come here, some of us come here, but now we're all one people. Okay?
Forgetting you mean that.
Exactly my point. So I dey tell you this say we different for let you know for say me I better pass you, or I dey tell you say we different because we supposed for day together as one people. So therefore read between the lines. If Abacha people all been go declared in support for Gen 2, they all declared in support for President Bio, then for still pulling a treat. My first question. Okay. And one thing people need to fail for understand, people are not kind of Abacha still doing APC government. And we don't do the time in memorial. I'll go back to Second Republic for Jan Kabade. May he so rest in peace. People in don't in Abacha Street, it don't full up. Garis in streets been done full up. People in sell inside Victoria Park as we been known before. And the reason make I highlight this, because one thing where President Buren government try for do from 2018, and for try for whip the history of Sierra Leone, like nothing else, the political history, like nothing of it all happened before April 4th, 2018. Now that's when the salon starts. Everything. The only trade and the reference, oh, it don't happen. Now the negative things them. So Abacha street trading not starts during APC era. And there is nowhere where you're able to justify say all the people in Abacha are APC then they support. No side not the way right. Because inside Abacha, you get BO babes them inside it. You get SLPP1 then inside it. Because me go tell you now for certain. I've been around those people. T-Boy himself done the Femi self done the. He don't rub shoulder. I know. So they all get them pockets them inside it. Is there a possibility say you get more APC supporters than people that way aligned with APC there? Maybe. But not to all my way they na APC person force. So if you use that candy for flag all man, you don't just create unnecessary. And yes, for answer your question, T-Boy, where you joke with people a livelihood, where then they bounce back, where you joke with people a livelihood, where then they bounce back, you will not see it coming, and you know we're able for handler. During 1990, 91, 92, no, 85, 86, 87, to the, 87, 88. Remember, when they begin go auction people in market?
Mm-hmm.
Say, oh, price control, low auction the people in market, they go now people in shop, then go now. Because remember, sardine, then begin sell with sardine, then they put price, they say now 7 cents for the sardine. Auction, people in market. Where then tower, all man sit down, nobody know they sell again. Rest price not go down, go after that. Now up he go. Wait till end up will be here. Now mommy cost them with sing, we paddle the commons. Because the people entire under Momo president Momo in government. Waiting a few years later, what happened? Coup. 1992. Not say better after them again cause them and because in the 86, 87. Not till na coup na happen at the country. Because you joke with people a livelihood, all man give up. The same go happen now.
Now they say them they sing while you on for one cup rest.
While you on for one cup rest. Momo one kill.
Shaki one kill me. Momo don't sell me. I remember those days.
Yes. So all of that may happen. So you joke with people a livelihood. You go and like you say, T-Boy, we have no problem dealing with the issue. Where's the how and why and when? And in there, not they think about. This is a pure malice. These people not to goat and sheep them. They have unions, they have organizations their way, they represent them. Where people are sitting on August 8th, now what them do? They're not going to begin call motor drivers union, bike riders, top-up sellers them for waiting.
For kind of street, yeah.
They want to call on people and the traders association there or whatever for kind of petty traders. They say want call on people and let them come. So why can't you call all those people to go sit down and talk? Say, okay, you know what? This trading thing we need for end up. How can we go about this? Let us strategize together and work out a plan. You can't just get up in the middle of the night and go broke people and table them. Then a morning then come. You deploy military, soldier man and police. They're all over the place. Come on. One person must the other way vote for you. When ISLPP post will suffer. You extended family member must don't they under we suffer. You good friend. That one where they go trust you now your office. Where them can don't bring the I call them barrel, the way they pick them find chain, then find clothes, then they iron, then find them can go to an office them, a state house, then go trust you now. Then sus the owner they take go bluff. Now the markets they wanna destroy so, or their livelihood now wanna destroy. Because I not get money for buy. Now then they now wanna go then they paint and fine and count and for now. I've seen it. Now they call them customers then they come. But they wanna glad you for send people and for go brutalize them. Tomorrow nobody's against street trading, but at the same time, you have to know how to work things. Me, I tell you this, I have no problem with those people selling at Abacha Street or Abacha Street becoming a trading place. If you don't see that place they don't make, you can block that place off. and make them purely for trading. See, boy, side and not the side you did in your country, so we Motokano they pass.
Yep.
When our traders they no more they then get installed there.
Yep.
In street market. Motokano they pass the 23 hours.
Motokano they pass this. Not at all. Not even
essential vehicles. No more they can do, and they can clear dirty.
And the one way they can left supply. And the one way they can left supply, saying they use the back end of the streets.
Exactly. Deptford market, not to streets.
Yep.
Beside the way people in the trade. Waiting there. Peckham Rye, Lane, Peckham Rye, that ride there. Motokano they pass there now, not to boss there no more.
No, boss is the number only they pass there. Yep.
Thank you. Because they don't look at and say the economic benefits where they come now, yeah, we can't remove these people anymore. So you can dedicate that place, organize and well, and left them people in for Selianda if you want. So those people are not the problem. Then just they use them for political reasons. Thinking, say, when you do so, you coerce them, then we can't support you. Yeah, they'll come loyal to you, they support you, but they don't go vote for you. Or you they pay them back because you know one for them, because they don't vote for you. You go promise people and say they give them microcredit if they vote for you. When they don't vote for you, you don't give them the microcredit. The one that even get microcredit, when I begin send police them for go harass them, some of them then go lock them and sell. Some they pay them by road because they don't pay back. So me take on that, when them people and they bounce back. Now say women's empowerment. Majority of the people where they yonder na woman them. Where the woman then get for empower, whether they come out for una. Una they run left una offices. And that's the reality. Over to you, Tibor.
Thank you very much, Juma. And I feel say what you don't highlight makes so much sense in terms of what that the Diaspora bring across for the fact say these are all political disadvantage being taken against civilians who are just trying to get towards their money-making facilities where Africans now for go do street trading. Like would they say, to be honest, if they want for block Abacha skit and not make them a street trading area, it's fine. But there should be an alternative. Or otherwise, they go say Abacha from 9 in the morning or from 12 in the afternoon to 6. 9 people then for sell day. Apart from that, no street trading never happen from morning to 12 because that's a rush hour for people then for go school or for go work. So basically, they keep the streets clean. After that, people can come. Again, decide and we mentioned, so we say now no street, we now no car venture areas them. Peckham Rye is one of the most busiest streets in Southeast London. But now it's only utilized by buses. Since COVID. Where COVID started, them block Peckham Rye and Motokano. Now bus no more. Even bus no be the pass this safe. Now after COVID now they introduce buses them back for begin pass now Peckham Rye. So you can actually put all these restrictions. Freetown, now Freetown. Street skating, now Freetown is becoming too much of an issue. Now like a chaotic environments we don't find we self now forget places like a Lumley, they operate 24 hours where you go to a Lumley and let you go visit now money. Again, that is not normal. If we don't forget kid of people in a Lumley, we not create an alternative market for them. But Lumley, then we don't scatter there at one point. If you go Abacha, what's make it for left Lumley? Because Lumley is even worse than Abacha if you get to some point. Because Abacha after 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, it doesn't exist anymore. But Lumley they run till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. And Lumley is even riskier than Abacha because Lumley, then they thief there, and they jog you back, then they attack you, something, they go inside vehicles, or pull you, put stuff inside motor something, not saying a net, certain areas in a Lumley where you need a back and a net, and we're supposed to be a community where will be a protected area. Where for attract tourism, where for make the country get money, is the most unsafe area in Sierra Leone. But guess what? They've not been touched. They not just left them in and get some with their stuff there. Why? Is it because Lumley gets some huge amounts of population really support SLPP? Is that why? They know they do nothing to them. So let's begin look at the thing the way they cause them unrest there. So let's begin look at the kind of suppression the way they put in one particular area at some point in time where they make them get to the wall. And when you push until you push them to the wall, it bounce back. And when they bounce back, you don't mind what they come for them now. Whether I'm not someone now, animal now, anything for them now, because you're not getting nothing for can look back to where they bounce back. Yeah. So some of the issues then where they create then riot and protest they are so now pressure where the government they put on then certain individuals they are so either economic pressure, instability, or put them some kind of pressure where they make them not able to breathe anymore, and they need for breathe, and they need a breathing space. Everything will be escalated to a certain point in time because some people need to suffer the consequences. Price control all day. And if you get a government where they talk, say, well, sorry, the price control in the country, I'm able for control, I'm going to be responsible for them. Hello? Really? So they expect, say, price control will just go at way one, no, we not get no control for tell you, say, no, this certain commodity, not for past this level. Because if you pass this level, now disaster, now we will begin face. And government officials, and they make a point blank to the president, say, they talk, say, I'm not able for control fuel price because I need to manufacture fuel. Okay. You need manufacture yes? No. Okay. You need manufacture granite? No. Okay. You need manufacture suits and clothes? No. Okay. So that means for the fact that only the manufacture nothing, there should not be any price control in any commodity or goods and services in Sierra Leone because we don't manufacture nothing. We don't produce nothing. That's the state that we are living in. How you going to expect a state like that not forget some serious amount of civilian uprising?
I make me expect a state like that. I said, I make me full of uncle. We don't say the salon economy. They not it.
Of course, not it today. To be honest to you, because not they decide whether will they make money or not. And because when they suppress,
talk English, we talk all man laugh. They not take and see.
Yeah, but it's true because when you look at Abacha, you know how much resources Abacha generates every day. You know how much financial benefits Abacha gets to the people of Sierra Leone and even to the city council of Freetown. People are paying taxes and not getting the services for the tax they pay. You know how much money Abacha they make for city councils, for Freetown City Council, just to be precise.
And just for say something, T-Boy, for add what you say. Then and they now the most they're reliable in terms of paying taxes.
Yeah, they're the ones paying taxes.
Then they pay because then now they market and they create trouble. Then all they only market and crango. Where and go there, then city council every day then can and put tickets. Then they pay their 1,000. I know they say the city council people and they go retire all the money where they collect. So I say the people and they pay them tax. Then they'll tell you that for free.
But Jim, I give one example a couple of days ago or a week ago to somebody where they talk about taxation in Sierra Leone and why price control in our salon. I think this is simple. Okay, you get the big businessman the way they import and export goods and services to Sierra Leone. When they come, for example, in Rona Wataki, then come with goods and services, also then for pay 1 million Leone tax, then they pay 500,000, and then the 500,000 are the pocket of the person where they work that paperwork. Okay, so basically, it don't spend 1 million Leone. It don't spend 500,000 per the actual tax rate. If I pay 1 million for, then it don't give somebody else the 500,000. So when in they can pull in goods and services out, it make first in 1 million back we don't pay, and then it add 1 million back on top. So it make double profits at any given point in time where it spend that money there. So it cut the tax and they pay the actual tax. Sometimes they pay taxes. And then it make double the money where it give either government officials or any head of parasites on that particular ministry day. And then guess who that they pay the tax? Now the man they can buy wholesale to them. When you can buy wholesale to them, it can buy the wholesale price when in already don't double in taxation part. So that man where they can buy wholesale, they pay tax because in do another 50,000 bribe that man will get the document for Gangiam. So in they pay actual tax. But the tax when they pay, it don't pay tax for himself, then it don't pay tax for the man where they go buy to store wholesale. So in the profits, that man where they go buy huge sales, where they can sell them, where they go higher, where they go order the stuff then come, it make twice the profits than the man where they go buy to and when that man where they go buy to and they pay tax. So that's how vicious the country they like. So if we don't in that situation there, and then who's that person did to go manage in your life back again, you pull and commodity. So now let's look at the disaster, the economic instability where Abacha can create now to Salone, specifically in Freetown. There are many kids who might not go to school in September where school they can open. Because guess what? The mama and neighbor for sale for buy for the uniform. The mama and neighbor for sale for pay them school fee. The mama and neighbor for sale for make sure they get the right gears them for go school. So you tell me what in that picking they go do where he get for Sidona house, knowing clearly well that this government don't kick in mama where they make sure say he go school, not for able for sale for make he can go school. What in the baba they can end up for begin do? He becomes a street child. So when you put a child on the streets unlawfully, what in they end up committing unlawful crimes, getting involved in antisocial behavior. We go sometimes lead to a group of them. We will go begin cause more trouble, more mayhem. Now any community within they because they're not getting nothing for do. They're paying able for put them for school. They're able for get them engaged into anything because they're not getting resources anymore. Who said them be able for put them one-to-one together and get resources for educate them, picking them, don't dissolve. They're able for go begin find new sources of earning anymore because now that they don't used to. So the boys that were not able for go school end up with kush, when another serious issue. The girls that were not able for go school end up with prostitution, increase the capacity of the one they already living at the beaches of Freetown. That's the reality of what they can begin facing. Aneri?
Not a bicho, a middle tongue.
Well, now that I would say now. That's not the situation now we can face.
And a middle
the next month. Lovely school they can open and see what's going to be the crisis of kids being kicked home because their parents cannot afford to pay their school fees anymore. So Juma, let's wrap up this particular segment. I will bring Femikam in at the next one. We are not for will also be another important segment. So what's going to be your own take on the fact, say, we don't talk about Black in the Parkway, the 3-year anniversary that happened on the 28th of this month, and we don't also talk about August 8, 9, and 10, when another significant era in the political, or I would say in the protests or riots history in Sierra Leone, when one of the darkest ones then?
I think, we don't talk about everything. So it boils down to the fact that, and the reality say, no matter how you try to suppress the people, then we'll still talk. And it will make them worse. Now, whose side they're not supposed to talk, how they're not supposed to talk, and when they're not supposed to talk. Now, so then we'll talk. And then go express themselves when you least expect them. Because you think, say, when you bully people, you try to oppress them, means say you're popular, you're powerful, you don't gain. That's a fair way for think. And at the same situation with the Abacha street. Then don't aim these people, then say they end up now, then say they eat gentry money, they not vote for and get all this yagba. They will not vote for you next time again. All you go do back, you go on for rig back. You are not powerful because the people do not want you, because you not do waiting, make the people for want you or trust you. If you can't relate with them, they cannot relate with you. Pekin, no, they go all side. If you see Pekin run go to you, say you're not a good person or you the OP and to them. But if you all up and they run away, dog would then say big guy. The also way they go team up, they wait for food. Decide and they beat her every day, not they go there. So now the same with mortal man. They will not vote for you, will not be popular in Freetown or Sierra Leone. Now you get power for tell people, let them come up, I don't know, let them all go see the upline. Let them go work. Now Tomabu rest, government we don't plant. So we tell people for go make farm. If government in your own farm, 5 years, they will produce one seed rest. After you don't spend $50-60 million. And that poor person in Abacha streets, in street trading. That makes salon go before Then people and then Abacha streets. Not to the host and they up then gallery there where they pull dirty, bring can to in at home. Government say, oh, the people and they sell that tree, the gutter them block. Now I make the rain they carry they flush all side. But when I get the guts for go build buffer them, now the waterways now Juba, you say you don't build market for let the people then go. So now for let them go there now, rain come, it totally all the flood them go. Because now the waterway now they go block so.
Yeah.
Say water for pass. Outside there people have to go swim or then go catch that I call a freshwater fish, that sleeping fish or catfish, how they call her. Now they then go build buffer them and say they don't make market for the people. They expect somebody for Guyana. The people are not crazy like una. So Lord Lefande, we'll continue this conversation.
All right, thank you very much. When we go to the next segment, I will bring Femi in straight away because this gets a lot to do with the media houses and why are they making headlines in Sierra Leone within a week. Femi, I know say they follow exactly what's in the happen at the social media within the past couple of days and weeks, and some of them posted in the positive when they post that to me say, Timon, you don't see this. I can wonder, okay, Femi, wait, but what's you can get them post there? Because I feel to say I didn't know what sub group them past you. But you get some danger group them, man. The amount of thing where Femi can descend now we group. I can ask you, Juma, Femi don't tell FBI.
Femi a man around town. A central bobo.
I can tell you. Femi, let's talk about one of your most important posts. Well, not so one of your most important posts. One of your most insane posts where you send that the group this weekend ask a question. When I don't see this, I don't talk nothing. I just say, I not myself. I say, oh, Femi, yes, I don't see about in the comments. Right. There has been series of drama unfolding within the past couple of days on social media in regards to prominent media houses in Sierra Leone. Yes, we should not be talking about things like this, but I think it's good sometimes to highlight the positive things that the media houses in Sierra Leone are doing. Okay, not to work that. Now for highlight some of the challenges that we they face as media practitioners then, because we say, we get people who they watch figure now, we don't call some mama, we don't tell we don't threaten, we don't tell Femi, say Femi, there you brother, they don't go free to because we chop them, boss them come up for the let them wait no more for we with the cab. So basically, we've had and seen and don't hear all lengthening. And so it's not new to some of us. But what we haven't seen so far now media, now the amount of breakage in communication within the media houses itself. We see, say, 98.1, we're now one of the most popular media house in terms of broadcasting online, both in radio and mainstream radio in Salon, get some amount of controversy of resignation, we was just too uncommon for people and for begin understand, say, 4 days resign today, 5, 6, the other day, 7, the other day. So I begin lost count of how many people resign in this particular industry. And the amount of defensive statements and reports and other stuff they read on the commode within the media houses there. So it's becoming too much of a concern, because when your house is erupting and you not manage to fix them within, it gets to the public domain, it becomes a concern for every single one of us, because these are one of us, even though we have the same kind of mentality, but different ideology of how we disseminate information to who they disseminate information to, and what we think say are the basic common practices where everybody will get the right to express their views in terms of their opinion is not the same way as everybody does there. So when things like this begin happen and it becomes to the public domain, it now becomes a public business. It now becomes something where you go either choose for comment on or you don't comment on it. And what we can do mostly now not for comments on something the way they happen within the social media platforms until we don't evaluate, we don't look at some back and forth, we don't see some of the differences, some of the challenges, some of the reasons why all of these things they happen. Then we can now sit down and discuss them if we have to. And the reason why we make some of them so we can really need for discuss some of them here. Now for make we learn from the mistakes of what other people in the do, so no go for repeat their mistakes there. So in case we fall short at any given point in time. So Femi, let's go first to the incidents of the 98.1 and look, we know exactly what thing that you take on that particular one day. Well, you must not say 98.1, the head of winner Ashma James don't decide for resign. Well, rumors, I don't know if not true, they say president will get in position. They make it resign. But also, there are rumors to say it don't set up your own way. That's not rumor. It don't set up your own radio station where it don't start broadcasting. So she wants to move on to something else. Resigning from 98.1, we don't be in baby station for the past 20, 25 years in Sierra Leone. Would you do something like that if you want to move on to something else? Would you set up a parallel of something where something you don't see, say, you don't do for over 30 years? Or will you decide to move into something that is totally different from what you don't do all these 30 years of your life as a radio broadcaster? So these are some of the few things I possibly want to throw lights on and see whether would you make a decision like that to move on, to set up your own radio station, or to move on and set up something totally different from what you don't practice for the past 30 years. So what would be your take on that, Femi?
Well, Tiwa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so it's a funny thing. Obviously, the term with the TRP9 brings more controversy. It's just after elections. There's a lot of talk between people and we, link one side or the other, and then we can hear this announcement. Leaving your baby station, something where you don't nurture from birth or from early years, for 20 to 30 years is a hard thing. So I should say the decision we take not to be an easy one for make it take. But really and truly now you want to know what he think say he want do in the future. Sometimes I think say he don't take in current station or in previous station as far as she could, and he want new challenge. I do not know. I don't know ownership if she's part of the ownership of the previous radio station. So sometimes they set up this new and winner in slowly go on or it go be major shareholder there. Sometimes will get more decision making responsibility. I do not know. All I know is the timing looked a little bit odd. And then we don't begin a rumor now see as you know, President don't begin appoint certain people that there is possibly an appointment waiting for her. But I guess see, time will tell, and how how things go unfold. One of the issues then we maybe get is the amount of news broadcast, not broadcast, news agencies, if I can call them that, where they make main story them. Usually now them people actually tell we the story them where we for year, but all of a sudden now they don't become front page news. Apart from Asma James, there's a few others. One in particular, an AYV employee, we get some case around them for money no money doubling or money no doubling thing. That again are some interesting case because after I don't know if you how much you know fam. Apparently one day last week they thief almost $1,000 Nyan. Then the next day now this video can appear of where is sit down on outside in the double money or then the counterfeit money. I'm not really sure what the video was showing. But then a day later we already say he come out to make a statement say now been so investigation with them in Japan na be in secret cameraman we been film the thing. Then now do you see AYV don't come out and say actually then the open investigation. But AYV stating so means say then don't our go put they don't talk say in many ways say they don't know but no investigation with the people talk about. So you know there's a lot of controversy. As I say, it's just odd that election just done and with the hear or with the see the media being the story rather than they telling the story.
All right, that's so true for me. And like when you bring the other incidents of the AYV issue will unfold within the past couple of days. But I think what you highlight now, the president of SLAJ now actually put out a statement for say the then accused winner Samuel Wise, I think. No, well, Insai, according to a post, I talked to this man very recently, as in a couple of hours ago, and what he is saying now the fact say this video will come out of and will go viral, so you know get nothing for do with now an investigation will be put together based on money laundering na Sierra Leone. So he don't advise him say make he put out a statement in defense, but he don't do the statement now already for talk waiting now the discussion will happen between him and this person. But looking at the whole drama and looking at the video itself, and I think we all have a cameraman in our own discipline. And me, of course, as you don't right now as a presenter or host, likewise Juma and likewise Femi. But I know for sure if I am going to the field with Juma, I am an automatic cameraman. I will not be in front of any camera to talk about anything at all. Juma is my host. Juma is going to do all my presentation. So now let's say, for example, me and Juma, they go on a trip for go do an investigative journalism on fraudulent activities, for example, Nawataki. I will not expect somebody where sometimes they go, who to go investigate for film for we. And when the person they film for we, and then they film the people that want to go for investigator. Now we in the film. You must see the laugh. And it's not just only the film we. Now in your camera back in the take for film we, and then me when at the camera, I'm supposed for the film for Juma. As sit down at the take part in the fraudulent activity where me they can't investigate. Okay, that is a story where possibly something you no go understand. But what you can make that example there? Now for make I tell you say, if me and Juma they go do any investigative journalism, now me they hold the camera, I go put the camera in a side way, nobody know will see them because I don't use them a million times. I know how it operates. I go put the camera not for film Juma, but the people that will go for go investigate because they want for catch from this investigation. And why would I allow somebody where I know for segment old camera and they film me, why is me not gonna know evidence of any footages of that particular person where they film me? And take into consideration, now me, they do an undercover investigative journalism on that particular person there. That's to me is one reason why I found that video to be very suspicious. And the fact say the incidents will unfold the day before the incident of the video that went viral. I was shocked because I get a phone call from Freetown, say somebody say, "Oh, T-boy, now in the thief now Freetown body call you." They beat one guy yesterday with $7,000 cash and with a couple of million loans we've been getting in hand, even inside Keke. But I just ignore. And then the next day, I see this video come out of this guy with Sidom. Then the person will send the video to me. He said, T-boy, I want like you watch this video closely and tell me what you see. I'm like, what do you mean? I don't understand. He said, no, watch the video no more. Because if you watch this video, not tell me what you see, I go be surprised. And the person what I see, the person with me and Juma make palaver for what? Not long ago, na fit on. Me and Juma, we make palaver. Well, Juma actually can't stop me. Say, but we left the bobo. I did behave for the bobo so. Because I wasn't happy. And it is the said cameraman on this video that I know so well. And I'm not going to vex for say I did not train him. Yes, I did train him at some point. He was one of the boys that I trained in Sierra Leone. I will not I'm not going to deny him that because I have so much respect for him then when he was part of the trainees that we were dealing with in Freetown. And the team will make have been vexed from that particular moment there because you went through a production training where teach you how to use camera, when and how, and what you need for get alongside with your camera. He carries the camera around without a tripod. And you are filming somebody who is possibly supposed to be the next president of Sierra Leone. And you carelessly film like that with your camera and you don't even have a tripod. And you come off from one of the biggest institutions in media in Sierra Leone as the AYV without a tripod. And I just told him off. And Juma said, Tibo, you're too harsh. I said, no, I'm not. Because this guy undergo training they don't do for years and months, and then enable for complete that discipline there. And look how they work. They represent an institution where they cover with country. So basically, if I do them with respect. So for like I see I'm in a cowboy status with watching like the activities where they do on that day with the video camera waiting the film them, I was shocked but not really surprised because it not take into as a professional trade. And you as a media person, a camera man where you don't work with for how many years, you allow somebody else to go film you, where you cameraman sit down, they participate, and you chill, relax, and you want that to be an accidental post. That's a deliberate post. We just don't know the nature behind that post. And the reason why I am upset is because of the lack of discipline of the media practitioners that we're going to salon. Because if he was actually a trained and a proper media practitioner, that will not happen. Can you imagine me to go tell Femi, say, Femi, Kalu could go film, I'll go film with you. Then me go take the camera, go give somebody else. Femi go ask me, but you don't craze back. Because one, Femi no go rely on anybody for film other than me. In the first place. Neither Juma. No go rely on anybody for film, neither me. Or nobody else, except if I'm not there. And if I'm not there, the most trained media cameraman next to me go be Musa, and Musa go man that camera there. Because guess what? We go for tell him for make you do exactly what you want for make you do, and he go do it. Now they me go take Juma to go take camera. As sit down, we give somebody else for film we who not sabi, and I will the person they film. That just shows how unprofessional these guys are, and that just shows how much training that they haven't had for them to be in the position where they were. I think they were just too fortunate, but the ranks at which they must have gone through some of discipline, then just not take them into consideration and lose their guard for something we don't cause them in reputation, in dignity, in pride, all the respects we don't get in this world. This man also don't talk with heads of states at the AYV, people of authority, question them, interrogate them, like for say it in a court of law. It's just a media platform. We see how it deal with the Mama Gentle interview. Some of us were not happy about it. Although not like Gentle, me I not like Gentle because you're not gonna be me mayor anyway. But still, I wasn't happy with the process of the interview because I think it was very unprofessional. So Juma, what's your take? Because I don't have for like a rant because this thing is it not just annoying me for the fact say then don't hold them in this kind of scam, but now the lack of professionalism where them put up forgets them to outside in this one. Sometimes they get caught up in certain situations. We can understand that if you're not aware of the recordings, then I go say, okay, then snitch on you, then try for play or 1, 2 fast on you where you sleep now you wing. It happens to media practitioners. They will see what happened at the BBC a couple of months ago, where been all over the news world say there was a senior BBC reporter where don't make allegations about X and Y and Z, and that BBC reporter they then go prosecute him if he not come out and make a statement and declare himself for be the person when they talk about. You suicide on the end, it come on out again. The BBC dealt with it because it is internal. And they no go can put the BBC reputation at stake just for that individual day. So they will deal with that and save the sanity of the BBC. That is what you call professional discipline, professional ethics in an institution that means a lot to the one world. And that's what AYV is. AYV means a lot to the whole of Sierra Leone. And you cannot have your main face on camera to be involved in such scam. And then AYV, they talk about ethics and discipline. You will have just suspended Sam and Wise pending investigation, but you're not actually using the word that will suspend this individual pending investigation. You still allow him to practice, and you the investigator. I beg, please, over to you, Juma.
Yeah, so what you allow comment on?
I don't know anyone.
Let me help me back.
You see, you're not good, you.
I don't know people who old now, so it's like.
No, seriously. Tell me when people slap me na me, he go even give me one slap na me face if I made that mistake. Say to me,
you don't fearful now.
Now you behave so but you yourself, you not try.
I don't make the team fearful. So let's go back from the media being the headline story now. When are then supposed to report the news, but now the news is about them. Headline news is about them. Things like this happen, So sometimes I would say not just like any other institution, where mortal man and day. So things happen. The 98.1 situation, I didn't want to comment on it for good reason. Okay, so I'll do a disclaimer here that when 98.1 was a baby, I had a relationship with 98.1 for about 3 years. So being part of the institution some way, somehow, I'm not sure I would do justice if I comment, on some of the things they were unforeseen, But on the whole, I think what we see happen is concerning. See, for me, for example, where they work in a big institution as a manager, if insubordinate, then they resign like that. He go afraid, and then he'll be called to questioning, right? He'll ask you why you're not able to retain your best minds, and why the resignation is in droves. The same time, not to even time lapse, because if anything will happen, the red flags then forbid on day. Either you were not paying attention, you did not care, or it was deliberate. That's how I'll put it. So one of the three things then, I will say. At least I'm not talking about Asma James. I'm talking about the people that we supposed for make the decision. Asma is like any human being. You see an opportunity, they make use of them, they benefit from them, maybe yes. They decide for say, okay, at the end of the road this, I've done my best here. Now the parting of the way this, I need to go and start my own, because now this world I don't know for the best part of my life. 22 years, in the same sector, institution, profession, not a short time. Remember, President Biono worked for 22 years. But Asma James gets a record consistently for work for one institution for 22 years. That's a good thing. You understand? Able for navigating way around. But things that don't happen over the years where sometimes people think say them for we don't call them for questioning. Has there been conflict of interest? Has there been a bit of using position or the institution as a bargaining chip for other things? We don't know. Because she's not just station manager for 98.1. She's also member of the what you call her, Independent Media Commission that she was appointed to by the president of Sierra Leone. She is also or was head of the Female Premiership Board with Andy back now official appointment by government, I should say. I don't know whether she has other things. So, but waiting get that clout for get their appointment. Is it because of her position at 98.1? Or not just because Asma James that is clever and smart person with Sierra Leone needing expertise now all the areas here. But hey, Sierra Leone, would you take that opportunity if you're given that opportunity? Maybe yes. Sometimes for me, now then and the board, if they've been serious, for don't call say, hey, we need your 150% and 98.1 for grow this institution. But now you aren't full up. Maybe you'll be distracted. Can we call somebody else to head this whilst you focus on other things? Maybe then conversation and maybe they go on. We don't know. So there are so many things that we will know for fill the gap. That's Asma's thing. Mabel Kaba and Khadija, whether you like it or not, then don't be the voice and the face of 98.1. Then signature program when at the Good Morning Salon. Fresh blood, ask questions, talk, relate. We're not hearing any scandal about it, have you? Nothing. And we don't say that they serve na government or they don't give their appointment anywhere. At the moment where government, where they give you any kind of appointment na government, that they become biased. Or will be objective, or you don't compromise. Whether you like it or not. Unfortunately. So you get a choice for make whether you want for dinner this private institution we're supposed to be a civil society voice. Because 98.1, not a private institution. This was a radio station that was coming for civil society under campaign for good governance. Unfortunately, it happened around the time. Yeah, go ahead, Femi. It happened around the time where the AFRC coup took place, 1997. So they needed a voice outside Sierra Leone, just like a way to they do so, where they call people all kind of name for. It's the same thing that 98.1 was doing. The same way where Adebayo they talk, and so 98.1 they talk. The only difference, 98.1 not a cause. The same way when they harass, kill people and oppress people for listening to Adebayo on a tongue, and so then they kill, harass people for listening to 98.1. They even go look na Mende Mox was shared. They see that the radio station there. Okay? People then they put radio, they put them on, then put them pillar on top for listening to the news because they don't let the voice come out now. Because you have people that were standing by for go report say that hosted and they listen to 98.1 day. So 98.1 and Adebayo is the same thing, whether you like it or not. So the reason I make a mention, because people don't die and don't suffer, bleed blood, sweat, and tears for 98.1. So for Siam, they go down the drain like that. It's sad. Khadija and Mabel, what can you say about them? If there's anything, nobody knows. So we can't talk about what does not exist. So for they all left, the station manager, the deputy station manager, the head of news left, and the other gentleman, they all left at the same time. That is scary. So the board gave a quick question for answer. And the board members are all people that are around government. Either they've served as ministers or are serving as head of parastatals or legal people for parastatals. For example, Dr. Spencer, we all know, he was a minister during SLPP time. He left, he gets his own private institution. So it's not a crime for ASMA for go set up your own. Well and good. Now, Dr. Spencer was PRO for NGC. So he makes decision at 98.5. He's a politician. And this institution is supposed to be what? A civil society institution. But you have a practicing politician heading the board. Emmanuel Safar Abdullah, when a part of the board, is a legal representative for what? ECSL. And a few more other people left. Ibrahim Tommy has been supposed to be civil society, but more or less done the defend government for the past 5 years. This is not supposed to be a lawyer. All these people are then at that board. So what do you expect? And that seems to be easy thing, because like every institution, people then they decide for left. But if people decide for left, just like Dr. Spencer stated, the way they left, so you for resign as board chairman. That means you've not been doing your work. You've not been providing the oversight needed for grow that institution. Because now the best heads then don't go so now. Or is it deliberate that it's purposely to say, okay, let's do this to get rid of some people, or let we kill the institution, we don't need them anymore. Is it what it is? Conspiracy, let's leave it at that. So now me comment that on 98.1. On the Samuel Wise Bangura issue,
as if anyone come on,
yeah, go ahead.
About 98.1.
Go ahead.
As if maybe this guy for say something. Yeah. Go ahead, before
yeah. I mean, no, go ahead, Femi. Then I'll continue, and I'll not distract us. Go ahead.
I mean, just want to say, you're right, but the end of it is, it's a private institution, so technically they can fold if they want, because sometimes financially it didn't make sense for carry the station going. And sometimes people then begin left because maybe, the way the country day, we know say, inflation is sky high. Sometimes, the wages not be make sense no more. And people then decide, say, well, why they can't work every day for this and that day, and they want to go and seek new pastures. As I say, for me, it's the timing, I think, say, not the issue. Especially with all the rumors that we don't begin come out, and not just now, asthma don't get a lot of controversy for a while, even up to last year with the whole arrest of a so-called artist, so it's just election just done. There's rumors, all of a sudden one of the most credible media associations in Sierra Leone decides say then they fold, although I don't know if they're not officially fold, but it feels like that's what's happening. So I say, Juma, I totally agree with you, but I think say time will tell. But at the moment, we will focus on the time factor of when this be, because I think that Dan they go make the True News Canada. Why right. At this particular point?
Exactly, and you're right, Femi. So that's why I said, is this something that they don't outlive their usefulness, or someone wants to deliberately kill it. So say, let's kill it now, or let we use this strategy and get rid of some people where sometimes not they play ball with we. So there are different ways you look at it. And the reply or response from Dr. Spencer not help situation. Then they open a lot of room for questioning and doubt. And we saw a rebound from the other staff members there, we maybe decided just for, say, a few things, say, una ask and even implicate Dr. Spencer that as a board member, this restructuring we talk about, so you've actually been a consultant, even though you're not the chairman for the board, where obviously you did it. If you come, then hire you as consultant, you will not do a independent job because this is your baby. You said it yourself. It's your baby. You will not see it die. You will not. So you get a biased view already. How can you be a consultant if it was true? How can you be a consultant for an institution that you're already heading for find out the problem?
Where you for don't know already what's not the problem? Why you
already don't know that exactly? That's why I say maybe you not be the provide the oversight where necessary for the institution. Now I make you get for even need for bring can consultants for can find out the issues. But then if it is true, I don't know that they hired you to be the consultant, and then according to them, and they after that exercise. So much bullying begin to occur, retaliation, coercion, and things like that. So people begin feel unsafe in the workplace. They not get for them able to talk and all of that. That's if it is true. But they ask, they say, okay, Dr. Spencer, come out and say if it's not true. So we all don't go through restructuring. We know how painful it can be. It's not fun. But for let them go take a complete outsider and bring and come over on our aid, where the head they resign, that is not morally, there's no moral there. I told T-Boy and Femi, I was offered a job in Sierra Leone for a particular institution. I went. I wanted the head of the institution, but what did they tell me? They said, well, I'll go take the deputy because they don't reserve this for another person. I said, no. Why? Because my morale, where I know for say able for deliver, then me go can do all the jackass work for other person. People then say, na pride. I say, oh, not to pride. That's me. I will not do justice to that job. So I can understand where Khadija and Mabel they come out, but they go bring completely new person and bring and come over the aid. But again, like we say, people say, oh, the BBC. No, the BBC we are folding up because of funding issues and then give them people and the opportunities for going at different areas if they want for work within the BBC. Now then decide, say, then they take them severance pays. So you can't compare the BBC with what happened at Salome. It come back to the same thing where they say how people they handle issues then, and the reason why and the when, as Femi say. It show a lot of things. You didn't do it within the 5 years. You waited immediately after the 5 years. Because if ask my own self, it be the forming station or whatever, why not be all resign and focus in forming the station? Yes, Mr. Palmer.
But also at school day for talk, we've been on the year, but asthma in station for the last few weeks.
Correct.
We don't we don't see a few pictures here or there, So let's keep that in mind. But I would say the timing all looks odd. It looks wrong. And with you talk, so bringing somebody over for can oversee, for can manage, recruits from within doesn't tell well. But again, things like this happen. Let's be very honest. a lot of us don't work in the service industry, yeah, as a contractor in particular. Contractor, where in this side of the world, when the contract they change over, because usually contract is over a certain number of years, where the contract they change over, we get something we name two pillars. Yeah, so if the contract is change over from company Tibo and Company to Juma and Company, where Juma and Company they come in, yeah, by law then get for guarantee every employee then job. Yeah, if you're not able for keep them, and you get for make them redundant, and that means to say you get for make the position redundant, not to the person you sack, not to the person you make redundant. Right. You didn't make Tibo in position or in staff in position redundant. That means to say you can't hire a person for that same position there. Yeah, because
you delete the position.
You're supposed to look after that position there and get them. But the truth is, what really happens is 99% of the staff are usually okay. But the way they struggle now, the managers, because when a new company comes in, they come in with new management. 90% of the time, they will come in with a new manager. If the old manager wants it on there, they'll leave him or her there, but then go something frustrated and say that person ain't going up say, you know, exactly, this is not for me. But they're not gonna physically take that job in their hand. As I said before, you know, most probably the other people decide for left because of 1, 2, 3 things them put together. Because sometimes if I mean just them bring new manager inside, sometimes they know me for go. But sometimes there's other things them we not lead up to and that was the last line now. We think you see the straw that broke the camel's back. Hey boy, but always we don't do again, I can't do this to we. And most probably that's why, you know, they left. But I say I believe say in a few weeks time, we go hear more of the truth.
So we even said the question I will ask, right? What sense does it make to go get a consultant? Why not get members of the board for big caretaker provide administrative oversight while the company they go through and get on and they in acting capacity until, because the head resign, right? The station manager come out. Then the one the way they deputize for him. You know, then self you allow them for go. They say on a normal thing. Hey, bro. Anyway, back to the other issue. I feel sorry for the young man.
Would you talk about Tibo in boy picking, eh?
The Samuel Wise Bangura. Because I ain't at the prime. The Tibo and boy picking, they're not sabi and better. Then just see and sit down and fishing in one of the guy them. Because I mean they pull the paper money then at the those kind of dirty towel and they wrap the thing first. You know. So I want to say this. Anybody can fall victim of that scam day.
True.
Anybody. There. I know a lot of people here that don't scam. Okay. I know people here that don't scam millions of dollars. Similar thing, but not to money doubling, but in other ways for make profits per business. Millions of dollars in Sierra Leone. The people here will say smart heads. So man will recover 30 days. So it can happen to anybody.
They're claiming Uncle.
Who's Uncle Andy?
I didn't talk.
But okay, so for being small laughter inside this, you know, in the 90s in the UK, we been get some fraudsters them. We get some fraudsters them where they sell where they car, then they stop them to car them.
One box sugar.
And they sell you. Then they claim that they want to sell you laptop and a sugar, then they sell you. You know, and you know, would I take a made joke? There was a name, Tibo, remind me please. What's it? Obembe?
No, I don't remember the name.
You go cancel me. So you get down in there, and honestly, you know, they used to dress very smartly.
Yeah.
Then they drive
a smart
nice motor car them. I mean, you know, on a hot sunny day, then go deal with them convertible cars. They will always see you until you go walk. You do
A
watch them go
rented
walk.
convertible car.
Yes, then they tell you, say, hey, stop, I get this thing for you. No matter what you tell and see no get money, it is okay, we're gonna cash points. Gonna cash points, you know, in whichever you get, they can't give me. You know, then they really and truly make you feel, say, you know, it is genuine. So as you say, Juma, I just want to buttress what you say, it can happen to anybody. Because I remember it didn't happen to me. I was, you know, I would put me hand up and say I was smarter than that. You know, it didn't happen to me, but then try several times them. Even up to recently, one guy stopped me in London Bridge, one try with me. Now I tell and say, me man, who say you begin soon? The tell we be ready nappy. Now do them so no can try with me. You know, so it's so easy for make people and get themselves caught into them so. So I just want to see something, you know, he allowed himself for getting to Dandy. You know, I didn't try to make any excuse for them.
Yeah.
But it could happen to anybody.
Right. So saying that, like I say, I feel sorry for him and I felt bad for him, not because he's not responsible for his demise or whatever, but just that anybody can be a victim. The one thing where me go say, now that the institution where they work for not protect them and not try for say the truth. So they actually made things worse for him and lose credibility along the way. If them be no, that press statement should them in pull, they're not for pull and for just set them out. If they were smart enough. If them be no say they don't know anything. So what they did is one, say, we don't disassociate ourselves with you. But at the same time, we just say, you go put ethics, you go put lawyer for right PR stuff. You know, they work, lawyer and a lawyer. Public relations is an art. You therefore consider every other thing waiting the lawyer know they look and the other people for that PR possibly see how the audience get for receiver. But they did not do that. So they don't make things worse for themselves. So me with my conspiracy theories again, I'll ask you questions, guys. One, it could be a genuine misstep by Samuel Wise Bangura, we fall for the scam. Or it could be a situation wherein maybe inside a part of the scam to go bad, because if we read and say, okay, because then they do, then they make you get confident and then they say bring more people come. Or is it a situation wherein the institution where they work for, again, to Femi's point, timing. Why this thing not happen all in 10 years? It only happened 2 months after elections. Timing. And the history of certain things, because the world get yes around the institution, is this a pattern? Say, okay, you don't want to jump, we'll push you. Is it something like that? That he was, what's not the word for use? Set up.
He was forced to jump, or?
No, I mean, they push him. They're not, because they not agree jump. So, okay, you know what? Let's push you now, let you come out. Because who that released that video? Who had access to that video? So, meaning, if the one story where then they say, na investigative work he been go do, let's believe that for a second. who that gets access to the material? Who that be they produce the work where they do, the investigative work where they do, because it must get producer. And not a grab go do investigative work as big and risky as that for an institution like that where the institution don't get knowledge. So who had access to the videos? Is it, so my question to Ona, is it a situation where nothing, like he's just a victim of his own stupidity, or was it a setup? Because that statement where in institution pool creates big question for me, because it's like they threw him under the bus. That's Stoner, yes, for me. See what radio?
Yeah, you might be right. So they threw him under the bus, but then you can look at the other way, see them protect themselves, because something they feel to say you won't bring the station into disrepute. You know, because he's now making a statement, and that statement we in they make through the sludge, through sludge, they can actually implicate the station into the activity that they catch them at. Because if not in one game, I think it's say no man is bigger than the team. If not one can go down, it's not too bad. But if the station go down, no problem. So sometimes they've come out to state this because they realize, say, this could be really and truly detrimental to the station itself. And we actually see some comments them where they begin link the senior man at the station, or people and they ask questions, say, could these people also be part of this syndicate or part of this thing? So I think, I may be wrong, I think say the station then realize, say, okay, initially where the video then come out, I mean we're in problem, but the moment when he stated that it was an ongoing investigation with the station they part of, I think say then they ruffle a few feathers them, and then believe, they most probably believe, say, we rather, as you say, throw him under the bus, get rid of him, than this so can go more fit and can lead questions to what we really do. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the station is guilty of anything. I'm just saying that
you're right. And I hope the station will come out with the outcome of the investigation, because they made it public that they're going to investigate.
But
right?
As you say, the station come out with the statement. If you don't look on the Bobo in your behalf, the statement was too quick after the Bobo statement come out. So you get to look and see, okay, yeah, it looks like they trying to throw him under the bus, blah blah blah. But then you have to look from a a business point of view. I'm bringing your company into disrepute. So the quicker you can get rid of certain things, the better it is. We say all the time on this side of the world, you mistake the work na some high-end organization, and you go mistake post something on social media. Then they actually, some of we contact them actually states a certain thing the way you can't discuss in public. And if you do that, it's instant dismissal, because they no go want, they no want land na courts, they no want this and that. So rather they pay you off or they get rid of you than get for go through all that rigmarole day. So I think that's what's happened. I think they've looked at the problem with this could bring, and decide say it's not worth our while to go down this road. Let's nip it in the bud.
So T-Boy, is there more to this than with the maker read? Are these conspiracy theories adding up to you, or is just a victim of circumstance? I should say unfortunate circumstance, being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, at some point, he might have been a victim of the circumstances where he find himself, because again, like we all know the highlight and what in Femi yourself don't say, anybody can fall victim into this. But my own just bone of contention are the fact say, as a media practitioner, you should be empowered with certain media disciplines that we take for granted. And one of which are the fact say you are going into an environment that you know for sure is not legit, and you should be able to protect your image as much as you can. And protecting your image is not allowing anybody to film you because of the type of person that you are in our community. And what you're doing is not a norm in our society. So you should be able to protect your image as much as you can. Because I don't think you can see Samuel Wise under normal circumstances, even on Facebook, without pictures being taken of himself, that he's well aware of that he will post.
Right.
Okay? So this is nobody that you can just bump into the road and take a picture of him or video him or film him. And this looks like a private environment that is not even his comfort zone in the first place. So when you're going into a situation like that, we all know for sure certain things that we'll do will never surface on this act, except otherwise. If you're set up, that's different. So it's two things. It's either, but I will not say he was set up in this situation, because at some point, if they watch the camera with the film him, so he aware say somebody the film him, and he look the person with the person the film him, and there is no way the person go fake the camera, the person to camera in their hand. It's pretty obvious. So to me, now the lack of discipline in their profession, now the thing will make a concern even more. And the investigative side of the investigative journalism when they do into money laundering, that was not his direct statement. It was a statement made on his behalf by Monk.
Right, yeah.
So Monk might have said that. Well, we don't know whether Wise himself spoke to Monk about it.
Exactly.
And Monk say, Intel and say, make it come out and make a public statement, which we haven't heard yet. But except a statement, but he hasn't.
Right. So he says not make statements after the initial post.
Oh.
We then claim say post. And even the post, if you go to his Facebook page, when you read it, that post was the statement was posted as a third person.
Okay.
Someone reported in his behalf on his page. Samuel Wise Bangura was attacked, blah, 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 blah. It's not that I was attacked. You understand? Not the first person.
Somebody talking for him.
Exactly. So when I read at the first one, I was like, did somebody use his phone to send this out? Did he send it out himself? Or he get somebody with a handling page when I report this?
Well, if now somebody with a handling page report this, then we don't see the consistency of the person talking on his behalf from day one.
Exactly.
But I don't think that's the situation here, because me don't watch most of Samuel Wise in post them, because it can come up on my feed. I can see in pictures the way they post once in a while, and it is states say XYZ, me this, me that. And I don't ever see anything we get second party statements with somebody that got on behalf. So to me, it's very important to find out exactly what will be the outcome of this, especially where he gets a lot for do with in character. We don't know him to be this type of person. And for make you they out of your comfort zone and you they in possession of such amount of money, cash, and you not try for protect yourself from whosoever you don't police money to your destination, it has a lot of questions that you might ask. And some of the questions to me, now one, how secured were you when you know for sure you are in the possession of $7,000 and X amount of millions of leons?
And 29 million leons.
In your possession, and you choose for take keke, you possibly not sabi the keke driver. Juma, imagine anything with the future with the take keke.
I smile soon.
Can you imagine? We they make sure say we scrutinize the keke driver, even though when we no more than the keke, and I want getting the right way. We
take the phone number, begin ask you say come out. We they engage in conversation. For able for know how
That's not for just we own protection no more. Not for nothing, but just because we want to protect ourselves for say the person will do it so. It's okay. Anything can happen right now. We will be okay with him. So that's not the kind of situation where you put yourself in for Samuel Wise. With the kind of person we've been as alone, he is not of somebody where they work herself, wait for work herself alone. Because for the kind of high profile interviews that we don't do as alone, he is at risk at any given point in time.
Exactly, yeah.
He's at risk at every given point in time. And you are a household name and face of a leading broadcasting station in Sierra Leone. You should not walk alone. And then they say, not take keke, but that keke they for likely own them. Which means you get control of the driver. You sabi am in and out. We go say, okay, I want to go sometime quick. Can me go here? Can me go under? The way we not get our resources then as alone, we control people the way they work out with we. We not just jump on the keke or bike. So to me, now the lack of discipline, the lack of professionalism, and the lack of the risk way I feel say it take for putting self in a vulnerable situation like a down in day and in not protecting self.
So my question for you,
put it this way, Juma. If you haven't committed a crime, I don't know, but it is not wrong for make I go give somebody 5,000 for make it double and for me for 7,000 if it is legit. I am not stealing anybody. I just go do something where they make profits. Now, like you go do business barter system. I give 5,000, you give me 10,000. You can go do them in a loan format. But again, is it a legitimate practice in Sierra Leone? We don't know. But in this part of the world, like where Femi say, some man they meet up in a ski, say one for sell give you chain where if it is in 18 carats gold, when a brass. But it's a risky business where you take for buy them. You don't know whether or not the right value of what you buy or the wrong value of what you take. So it's equally the same. You put yourself in a vulnerable situation, you should be able to protect and defend yourself as much as you can so that if you lost the money, you will not lose your pride. If you lost your pride, you will not lose the money. But in this position, you lost the money, you lost your pride, you lost your respect, you lost everything. So what is the risk that you have taken? What have you benefited out of that risk? Nothing. You lost everything that you have worked for the past 10, 15 years. And he's just a young boy.
So my question for you, T-Boy. Samuel Wise Bangura and the cameraman, who that's carrying comping going at that place there?
That's the question I want to know. Because Mr. will ask the same question. Because
who
one
in comping go there?
Honestly, if you look at the video, that's my own opinion. If you look at the video, Samuel Wise was in control. Now, like the boss way sit on, people are working for him. Yeah. And at some point, he verified what was happening. As in, he take the money, he showed for verified. This is it. This is not the dollar, this is not that is.
Yeah.
You know how that scam did work, actually? Now, the money for buy the chemical, pass the paper, then in the GP with.
Yeah.
So the black paper is forever going to remain black.
Yeah.
The chemical, when they show you, say, we get this quantity of this chemical, now just 1 liter or one small bottle
of mercury.
So that one bottle there, then they take for what's that money where you see, where they turn to dollar. And then they tell you, say, we now need for go buy 10 pints of this for look we able for $100,000 there for you really don't so stuck in black paper. So now the liquid now you they pay for. Also the black money.
Okay.
And the money is never going to be converted.
So what they do to you, they can't force, then build your confidence.
Of course.
They give you the money go. So they go don't put certain dollar or certain real money.
Of course.
Between the paper, they don't cut, so they don't paint all in black. So then they put on top. They wash the one and they with the chemical and water or whatever, then say put a lay dry. You see an actual money, they say go change up. So then they give you the go first. So you don't make profits for them. But because of the greed, and they don't say not tell nobody, but bring more people and come. So when they come back now with the more, they're like how T-Boy say, we go lend money now for for come buy 10 pints mercury when they sell Insai. And at that carry they can now and they game over. Yes, Femi.
So Juma, it's I said before, it's not new. So
No.
in the 90s, I go relate to it in me sabi. So in the 90s, we get scams like down in the UK. Yeah. One in particular name they sell watch.
Yeah.
You know, expensive watch them. Yeah, and then they go so much and then they print magazine them. So when they stop you the motor car, then they show you, then you open the magazine, then they show you the advert of the watch and almost £1,000 it costs. So when you don't see them in black and white, you believe say, wow, or not in black, in colored in then case, and then glossy magazine and the print. You believe say that's genuine. Then when they go to the pointer, then they build websites them.
Right.
Then they build websites them and then they put all the entire so in.
They say let you go check.
Yeah, it make you go check. So when you go check, you they believe. And you believe so when you get them you money, you go get plenty come back. So Nadande, unfortunately, I believe say happened to woman. His eyes got opened, then show him say, you buy this ink as boy say, and we go print this money for you.
Because he was smiling about it. So basically he was convinced that it is real.
But we get one man at the same very Sarah Gem last year. We go tell we but one guy we knock and similar. We bring almost $1,000 if I'm right.
Yeah.
A pull snake panel on a building. Wow, we man on and do so. Same not the same thing.
Juma, can you imagine about 15 years ago, if I remember, Femi, me and you, where we going to the song, we bracket one Nigeria man, we say, Iwali could go film Mermaid in Nigeria.
Talk and fine.
Iwali could go film Mami Wata.
Thank you. He give me contracts.
For go film Mami Wata.
Now what area he say Mami Wata the commodity. He say na Delta State. And unfortunately for him, I think say we geography been slightly too clued up. First of all, the Delta States I didn't get problem with Shell. So if I make you go film Shell back, how Shell they extract oil and they left the community in Disarray.
Yeah.
I tell this guy, I tell Tibo, I say this guy, so first you make go film what Mami Wata. Now they can't tell we go film Shell. With the escort situation they do not. This guy I like in all the business.
Not so that the way she from Keona go, they ransom money. So 10 I will get for the work for paying ransom for me.
So what's he missing? And guess what? It can we gonna some posh restaurants for go get this and he paid for the meal. It's Lembeng. Me, I don't grab. 5 to 10 okay, we'll call you back. I said, baby, me and us Mami Wata, not so Mami Wata to go friend in Nigeria, we are not meeting us alone. I said that man there. If you know say bang, he want film Mami Wata. Cameraman in Nigeria.
Exactly. Not so then they make Nollywood film. Not so then.
That means I mean Nigeria for go film Mami Wata. Come all the way to London for go Delta for go film Mami Wata. I beg please. So basically, this is just serious. And I bumped into another cameraman, when a renowned cameraman, and I asked him, I need to be following you in all the stuff that you do all over the world. And he tell me plain. He said, but I can't cover you. I said, what do you mean? I said, I go on my own. He said, I can't cover you. My insurance will not cover you. It doesn't matter whether you want to come with me and hang out with me, but my insurance will not cover you. That don't tell me, say, he doesn't want to take any risk with me because he preserved my life so much. He one like are able for live because in your life they at risk already, but he's covered. So that they can't discipline anybody tell you say, Samuel Wise not put up as a media practitioner. Now that's the way they annoy me.
Aware of his surrounding, Yeah.
And again, this same thing that happened to me when I go Freetown doing the bicentenary, who will begin film thing and we don't happen doing slave trade. I went under a cave, Nassau Pete. And then they convinced me to go furthermore. I'm like, no, I can't. Because you know why? I've gone beyond the darkest side of the cave and I can't see anything further down. So what if I've been going down that cave and not come out again? So they look at all the risk also as a cameraman, there are certain risks you don't take. And to me, you guess you cameraman, if the worst comes to the worst now in the film, we get certain places they would go, oh, they make it clear, say, no, yeah, we need to use no camera, nobody in the film, nobody now, yeah.
But how many of we staff they will not go with that certain things then?
We
said we can't go, we go risk, but we cannot take you there.
No. We can't. And imagine again, look at the last few stuff they will do when all of a sudden people wants to go live. Again, you can't do that. This should be a controlled area where not so everybody they pull phone in pockets because you get camera and you earn. No, you don't do that. That's not the amount of discipline where I feel to say go wrong on their behalf. You are a seasoned media practitioner. You've been hosting series of important people in the country. So you know what's the discipline. You have a cameraman who films you almost everywhere you go, and you don't make use of him in that particular occasion. You allow yourself to be caught on site. And they use it against you to either propaganda you or to either make false allegation about you or to either just taint your own character and make you become the worst individual. We don't work so hard for all what you don't do for the past couple of years.
I feel sorry for him.
I do, because it is a sad situation for a young man like him to fall into such. So what the military for says, let's look at what we do and take it beyond the reality of what we believe say we are. Because don't get carried away. Yes, you can fall short. Me, they scammed me 5 years ago, 850 pounds for buy tickets for go salon.
Now website will not exist there.
I won't die.
Okay, they look at say me T-boy,
Juma, no, guess what? I am the one protecting people.
Yeah.
I say, no, not do that, no mistake. Then say to the 11th hour, 4:30, the office will close by 5. 4:30, I am still calling. Don't worry, we'll sort it out. We'll send the ticket as soon as possible. They even convinced me for make I go business class. So these are some of the things I'm talking about. And that will happen again. Now, anybody will come to okay. When you want to book to get to student, I'm like, get off my phone. I am not flying anymore. So how does this begin?
They talk so. Again, like I say, this thing can happen to anybody, and it happen every day. As a lonely yonder.
Thank you.
Almost people let them they sell ghee, white crepe, we gap money go make an
with clay. They don't clear.
Now clear they don't put. Or they sell you picking polo. You feel say don't see designer. Na net soak one. Then go once and they put and they give baluga bomb now, so they call it in a salon. Almost people where they do so na Guinea. Sierra Leoneans they do so na Guinea.
Can you imagine?
They do it every day.
Rajuma, black paper is not a new scam in Sierra Leone.
It's not. That's
and Samuel Wise should know about that. That is not a new scam. That is like a antique scam down there. We don't need a salon for more than 40 years. That is all those scam. Then they can pull on you so at this 21st century. Come on, man. No, I mean the only thing we know way I feel bad for. Now in reputation we don't just scam destroy for nothing. Because he was
I said in institution not protect them either.
Well, you see, again, the reason why I cannot go say institution go protect them, like we know more we talked earlier on. The BBC had similar kind of situation. What in the BBC do? They kept the reputation of the individual and the institution. Either they sack now. But there were rumors to say XYZ, but what in AYV do I think say wrong. Now the statement we then put out, make we not even convince them anymore say they were running an investigation on money doubling. Because to me, then just stay where I'm under the boss and then not protect. And if then we don't suspend them, then we know for sure he has committed an offense.
Right.
Deal with the offense and tell the world, say, yes, he made a mistake. We are under investigation. You are suspended. But yes, he made a mistake. He's under investigation, but he still goes to work. Double standard.
Right.
So that doesn't work.
Yes,
So,
Mr.
Yeah, certain, some newscaster then, some investigative reporter then can actually do some work them we the station might not know about. They can go do the investigation until last minute now. We then don't get all the material together. They will come present and now to the station. We say we get this story, but that's the story don't build. So in many ways, he can try to argue that case. But the reason why I use the word try, because I'm not going to advise him for make it go down that line, though. Because when you look at the footage, it doesn't feel as if the camera was a hidden camera.
no.
Correct.
You understand? So if you go do that kind of thing and they where you go film something we slightly covert, you know how many people they know, the camera will be hidden. This camera wasn't hidden. It looked like say in broad daylight. He was actually interacting with the camera at some point. So now I can say I no go advise more if not the I no go tell her say for me say go fet this case so because most probably you go lost the case. But I'm just saying that sometimes investigative journalism can go for months and possibly years, depending on the nature of the thing, before they present them to the news organization. We could decide if it's newsworthy, if it's worth pursuing. But unfortunately for him, I agree he don't lost in reputation, and most probably he's lost his job. He might be he might still be the T-boy, but something at time no more something you look at all the circumstances them because then say no go end up in court for wrongful dismissal or something like that.
Imagine about 10 years ago, we were supposed to do an investigative journalism in prostitution in Sierra Leone. And now, what you make not do? Look what you make not do.
T-boy no can now. T-boy do
Oh, look tell the world what you make not do. Because we do
because you get some of the footage then.
No, we do in-house. But guess what? We had a project plan wherein we go on a street, we go approach the local there, we go make whatever in our clients. But guess what? If somebody else made a film we now, not knowing that we are working on something, yeah, how can we defend ourselves? So we look at all the risks because the risks them involving now and then. Now we'll go on the wrong side, we will boss fall victim into something we'll not even plan, and then go counter attack we. Juma, they tell me they do living with the dead. Were we safe? How many people did we have around us?
I know.
And we will do at what time? At night? 3, 4
in the morning and stuff.
And I make we talk to the young man as to because we've had series of the so where we don't try for do, where we don't do, and we don't see the risks. But again, I don't know who these people are really advise the young man there. So I think say, I don't know what training they go under, and I think say this incident they spell a bigger picture into how unprofessional our media practitioners are in Sierra Leone. And not just sit and ask or criticize them, but there's some basics that they don't do. And most of the time they will get away with them. But in this case, you don't can see now how one little thing can literally ruin your whole career and possibly your life.
Yeah, and like we get staff members there, we even though not there, maybe you say answerable to we, but then they tell say no, yanda you need go there, or you need go there you want.
Yeah.
The county boy said the last time now, so go salon. I was like frustrated at being home. I just want to go, you know. As far as I'm concerned, me not free to ball, you know. I know my way around. I got up for go. T-boy say, "Paddy man, how you do go one game?" No, you can't, especially in a net under this circumstance. He was worried. So, Samuel Wise, for be aware, we don't go to the worst place than a free tongue, particularly. But we always get people them around where they look out for we. Who will make sure say anything when are valuable, not then we earn. Then they take all things.
Yes,
sir.
I went to Kanike. Yeah. I go Kanike 1 year, 2004 or 5.
Yeah, 2004.
I go Kanike. Juma, remember say na Freetong Abono, and I did Freetong for a long time in my teenage years. So I believe say I've been sabi. I've been sabi Freetong well. I go Kanike. But the good thing is, you know, I felt the pressure while I reached there. You know, I really feel, I'm not going to say unsafe, but almost unsafe. But guess what? I went with a lovely guy called Seabolt. Seabolt was my man. He looked after me because at the area day he come out. Now he came me go there really. But, you know, when I see the amount of people them way day yonder, now I realized say Freetong flop. Serious one. And I felt a bit uncomfortable. But the time say, Femi, no worry, you do with me. And I was safe throughout and accommodate safely. But imagine say if I've been going under, if I be accidentally going under on me own. But all I've been getting built in protection, I was very aware of my surroundings. I wasn't very comfortable. You know, things say, Femi, which you don't can do. So you don't can put it safe part. You know, there's some areas that you don't venture.
Well, Femi, you go Kanike. Me go Black Streets for go film Star Zero. Streets na college. Imagine what in the song title stands for. And you go na Black Streets for go film. I see the camera come out. Now 10 people them in there. It pass 50 we appear. Guess what them in there me for film? Star Zero say we able for control the crowd. We have to terminate the filming. Because we begin attract the most unusual Black Street people and now begin come out. Hey, got film now, so na left no more so. Can you imagine? This is Black Street for God's sake. Just be a stadium. Not of our be a stadium.
Neither they can go inside or suicide, you don't know. You chose to go inside it. I mean, don't craze.
So this now the risk in we practice, and this is how much awareness you should have within your surroundings. Saturday when me and Juma the guy just say me will go for left now.
Yeah.
He say, well, I said no, look, we just left now. Because you know they feel like for say the environment don't become very much hostile. We got for left.
We don't see one game post, it don't come past 210, 310 force.
We left.
We don't know say something is wrong because unusual for like just can walk, you go yonder, you know, buy nothing.
You walk back, you go inside.
You can walk around, then you go back, no.
We have to leave. You go begin on a T-bus that I say no logo no more. And then we go talk about the person we will see. He said, yeah, I see the same person. Okay. Then make a same left. So you have to be very aware of your surrounding. Imagine we would feel the same as Abu, but Samuel White is a household name.
The man a celebrity.
In picture, then are almost all the television screens in Sierra Leone. So you know the worker self like a joke. That's the only concern of women videos I get. And I think say we got to try as much as possible as we can in the kind role of what we do for protect ourselves within our surroundings. Our surroundings are never going to be safe as much as we might think we are Sierra Leoneans, we are safe, we are fine. You have to be very much aware of your surroundings because you are always a prime target for anything. Be it negative, be it positive, you're a prime target. You can work and ask it, something happen to you, you expect. So man go see, I don't like the way I talk
to everyone.
Yeah. You know, like the way how you talk to sometimes the person will be interviewed the last time because the person will be get respectful, you disrespect them. He can look you some kind of snap, or he go publicly attack you. That's how Gildando lost her life in the UK here. A household name Buster we just get somebody with a stalker, we know to stalker. Tete don't know who that killed Gildando. Right now in doorstep, he come up for exercise. Now in doorstep, then kill him. Camera no pick nobody up. Nobody able for see that kill him. 30 days. It's possibly over 20 years since or more. So imagine this now somebody with a household name broadcaster, and then incident like that happen. We're not able to offend the person with killer, but who knows? Possibly it's an organized crime. Nobody knows.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Juma, and you know the stories are many. The stories are many, and unfortunately, we always get ourselves into trouble. A few years ago, actually, there's a young man really do very well in selling music at the moment with him Rap G. Never knew this kid. One of my man them from Yaso did a talent show in Sierra Leone. We Rap G win. And I'm not gonna say that any launching career, but you know that was Insai claims say that was a good stepping stone, and I was one of the judges. So me, Siboltwa Nimso was the other judge, and Collins Achipias was the other judge, and obviously me and Collins come England go there. Then Sibolt was the judge. Now being upgone on table. One club they did like upstairs, so I don't know the club name. Now this competition take place.
Kudos.
I don't know it's the club name. Anyway, we went there, and then we've gone seats obviously where the judges we sat on a table and with the judge then so. And with all the rounds and don't pass and don't get the final rounds and they don't do it for do, and we don't they don't break now. Then all man they drink. They say make the judges then put the scorecard then together, and then can announce the winner. We don't put all things together. We don't talk other than the winner. We don't engage between we, and because there was one, there was two people then we were very close in the scoreboard. Nine Sibolt whisper now yes. He say man them. He say una no there so when they announce this result. He say whatever una be una no if we win so we did. He say but una two with K-Man, DJ K-Man, who was the promoter. He say una make sure say before they announce this result, make una don't come out. K-Man they say no worry but go there na Eastern we come out. Myself, I thought myself I cannot make like say they go peace. At least I call inside first vanish. They miss make excited go peace. Now go inside me mutka. Now drive off we go. Anyway, long story short, Gab G win in small confusion me commodity, but it wasn't too bad. But the point is, I not be understand waiting me they gone. Bill there was Chinese whispers then they happen, and apparently them don't talk say them go boss then judge us so they eat if they know. You know, and the people in town they saw these movements and then read up what's in the happen, and until we say you guys aren't safe in here. So there's many things that we do in life where we know they understand. We're gonna place the will not understand. This young man, I really feel sorry for him, but as we all they say, it's down to slight negligence. You know that's alone you did. You know the country. You know the status where you get naton. You know you ought to protect yourself better. You know you ought to if not allow assume say it is true, and then you go on some sky investigative journalism. You know just go now some area. The story you'd have people we go know we go get you back when things go wrong like they're going wrong like this. You know just go turn up there. You're not an ordinary Joe anymore. You know, I think it's say with great power comes great responsibility, and you force responsibility now to yourself and to your colleagues them around you. before you remember to the wider world. So I just sorry for him. I feel bad for him. I hope say he go recover from this somehow. I don't know how, but we wish him well. And as I say, most of we can get ourselves caught up in this mess because when they shine something front we, beaucoup of we go for them. As I say, my brother Tibona so then scammer with that airport scene the last time. He been on buy sugar for I think I be laptop he been trying for buy. I was there wait 10 minutes ago.
I don't buy sugar one day.
Tell us, come on.
I don't want to buy sugar.
Honestly,
you get luck way not to Tikwata themselves give like one of we prominent footballer there in England.
Hey, when I'm in party, Mr. Me them first say give $1 sugar and I want more. I say me man, now me for I say me man, I need money. I told you money for. So I'm go buy some stuff. They don't show me phone them. That's it, me man left. Then they go knock you. But come on, give me the money, man. That's okay. When they knock and I call me, say see what you do. Wish I don't have food. They don't give you.
Guy, na plasma TV. You know them plasma they come out. Now them bricks them be there behind.
No, me I dey bump into them every other day. I don't want Bamosi in a laptop. It's a laptop just come out. And me not like PC. The guy say it drive me from Bamosi station all the way to me Osna Elephants. I don't go inside the house now. I don't go take the money. I dey watch the can there. Don't show the laptop, camera inside the bag. I don't like, oh cool, no problem, cheap money, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. I don't go inside, I don't go take the money. Can I give me the bag now? Oh, somebody's watching me. I said, the boss will they watch you. To God, you get for seat. Hey, you give me this bag. But if you not give me the bag, I need to give you money. If you want give me empty bag, that's you crazy. When they start back, also will stop. When they begin open the bag, we begin check all the laptop and the camera, and I give you money. Now the guy of like, could have to go on motorcycle race. That's a goodbye.
The dangers behind those things, why we advise people for them. No, it will not just talking this about fun, for sure it can be anybody. Because the danger, if they not succeed for scam you,
then they harm you.
Touch you. Because then you don't expose them. You now a risk to them. So they want to eliminate that risk. Especially if not somebody with sabi. So you get to be careful who they do transaction with, who they build confidence with for say go with you na host and all that thing and they even for woman business or man business, you get to be very careful. And
just bump into the for the first net you are following I'm gonna use.
Yes. Acquaintance, people narration say you sabi self now, then they lead them to it. So we get to be very careful.
If you just leave the person that don't sneak by you money.
So we'll line that. It makes sense say we timid. Say we grew up with that story there. They say yellow woman.
Thank you.
Exactly. So be afraid that they so it's like
you sure say the yellow you won't see yellow woman self now be to God go no more. With the life pass you.
Oh, woman will smell with fine perfume for this.
No. We do go better on the other side. Not so for me again. You can't give me girl when me not sabi one day. Who's I pull this girl? Hey, no, man, go find me. But honestly, these are serious risks that people go through in Sierra Leone, especially not just all over the world. And for the kind field of Usawi friend we have right now, camera should be your priority. Some man can say, what can I say? Camera not there. You not go for acts, but you go for investigate the room before you go inside it. Because when you know for saying a camera specialist, and it's outside, you go again. You just watch them for your camera.
Camera is not your friend.
Exactly. Camera should never be your friend if you're a cameraman. And like you upload gun. Gun should never be your friend. Seriously. Anything that you use in your own ways and you know it to details, you should never take it for granted. Because as much as you know that in the Nasobak somebody they will Sabia, we go try for play a trick achieve. That's
so you want to say somewhere where has been feel say then a news platform. Is it uncomfortable? I'm in charge here.
But anyway, let's come to the last segment of the program where I feel to say is going to be even more political and more serious minded thing where I feel say we'll look into very much. And again, yes, we talk about the Samuel White situation and the other media houses, them 98.1, but these are serious issues that we should really not just talk about in a light-hearted way. But at the same time, we get for bring some amount of softiness in them. For sure, say yes, it can happen to anybody. Yes, you have the rights to move on in a situation of you changing your job, professionalism, or whatever you might want to do, set up your own business. But the rate at which things are just unfolding is too good to be true. It's too sudden. You know, make too much of a difference for people to understand. Say, well, this is not something where then people also don't go through for decades, and then now all of a sudden it's just going down the drain. Like we say, we're not happy to see an institution that possibly do exactly what we do going down the drain. You know, make we better competitors, because we need something we go leverage what we do for make we able for not say we can compete and ethically, and like we all exist in an environment where all they share different forms of information for make the populace benefit when our Sierra Leone, when our major audience. So we're not happy for seeing things like this they happen. With the advice, make people able for maintain their discipline in whatever they do. I mean, a couple of years ago, we talked about the discipline in ethics of media practitioners in Sierra Leone, we would all lack. But we will talk about the rogue kind of media or politics or journalism where they happen. Now, this is a different phase. So this phase will really come into. So for begin, look at how will they deal with them. There's no need to come and do all your dirty work in the public if you can just iron it out within your own house and make sure, say, people don't get upset, even though people will get upset, but it can be within our own core group. This is something that you guys have run for like decades. So if una they dissolve amicably. They call man go in separate ways, una still get that relationship they going. We might not like certain things they want to do, but that doesn't mean we hate you guys. That doesn't mean we want you guys to collapse. No, we don't. We just want to make we get an environment where everybody will be happy and compete in a healthy manner. Then that makes a lot of difference for all of us. So now we go to the last segment of today's program. I think this is Najuma and I get boku of this talking now with the campus.
No, Femi,
Lie. Now we don't see a slight shift in the representation of members of parliament for the APC political party in Parliament of the Republic of. This is the third Republic of Sierra Leone, right? The Republic.
No, now the second Republic. According to waiting and say, now it's supposed to be the 6th Parliament.
Okay, Second Republic and 6th Parliament.
Correct.
All right, so fine. So in the 6th Parliament of the Second Republic of Sierra Leone, we've seen a huge amount of setback will not ever happen, not just in the history of Sierra Leone, but in the history of politics within the sub-region, and likely so within Africa, or maybe the rest of the world at some point, because we're yet to see any country where gets 2 leading political parties after an election. We only get one who represents, the other one they abstain. So this is not something we're quite new in the politics of the world, especially the politics of Sierra Leone. And we don't see, say, only one member of parliament represents himself in line with the political party according to what he say, as in he disagree with the mandate of the party system not for participate in this 6th Parliament. Reason best known to them, but the reason we them put to the public now the fact say they are not in agreement with the election results of ECSL, and they request ECSL to provide certain documentation, proof of evidence of how the election was won by the current party in government, winner SAPP. ECSL don't feel for deliver that. They haven't been able to bring out the result of how it happened systematically in all the various different constituencies them or regions them. So for that reason, APC as a political party don't refuse for make the members of parliament participate in the government of Sierra Leone as it is, because they believe say the current government within a salon is not a legitimate one, and they will not serve under that under that government. So then cease not for participating in parliament, but they have one member we go and swear in, take a oath with our Honorable Mame Bangura. And of late, we don't get another member of parliament. We also don't go take oath. When about a couple of days ago, I don't remember his name properly. But I'll come to Juma, look, we'll talk about that shortly. But the reason we make we feel to say we need for talk about this particular incident really happened at Salon, because the question what they ask now, who does get the right or who that qualify to represent the APC in parliament? We all know, say, we get a parliament of proportional representation. Before the election, many people, including myself, wasn't too sure of what the proportional representation stands for. It only took me about a couple of months before the election for me to know exactly what the PR system mean, what it stands for, how it will work, but I not know how effective it will be right up till this particular moment in time. Now the term now, I don't see the advantage, disadvantage, the positive and negative of the PR system in a government that we have had democratically election, we governed by constituencies, wards, and local council and communities. Them now we don't go into the PR system. We now just the system of proportional representation by political parties and not by individuals. So meaning, if you get 6 members of parliament or 6 parliamentarian seats, for example, in Gambia, and then that 6 parliamentarian seats, you have more votes for SLPP than APC, it means the criteria or threshold for make one political party gets more than the other in terms of the parliamentary seats. We've not been too sure and are still not too sure, but I don't know how that came about. But if we say you get 60% of the vote to your political party, it means you can have 60% of the parliamentarian seats, which will be 4. All right, so that 4 seats, they go to the first members of parliament, first 4 members of parliament where the party, they put their name forward for represent, then they get the second set of 4. My controversy to that was a bit negative, but now we don't see the positive side of that me controversy. Maybe they say, well, it's like this time around, Boku member of parliament and get for die before they done the term in office, because we know for say one die, you are already number 5, now they come up for represent because one don't die. That was my interpretation of the PR.
Glass.
Yes.
Die.
But we now don't see, say, since APC refuse for participate because of the system we do not accept, none of them members of parliament don't go represent, but 2 don't swear in right now. So the question now is, who that gets the legal rights for represent APC in parliament? That's the question I will ask Juma. Over to you.
Well, it's question of will be specific to the APC, but to political parties.
Political parties, yes, correct.
And but in this case, we focus on the APC because now they refuse for going to parliament.
That's correct.
We see the SLPP is fully represented, and for all the political parties, that all the reasons that we mentioned, so under the PR system, the political party don't put people in by seed, by grade, I should say, whether they grade A, grade B, grade C, so now that way they. And the justification given before the elections by ECSL and the one that way been they pull the PR system, say, oh, it will cost the country less because we're not going to get by elections again. So God forbid somebody die or for any other reason, somebody losing seats where they in a parliament, the one where they next to them, if the party get 4 seats, then they will bring come for replace that person. Just like where they play football, right? Say they play, you get 11 players, now a team, no so. Not so T-boy they play, not so Femi they play, now Sierra Gem Media Football Club now then they play. So we don't feel with team of 11. Then T-boy injured, God forbid, or it tire for some reason, with a pull up, or it a come out, You understand? The order they put, they bring Cam Musa inside. So Sierra Leone media football team still they go on. So that's the way it's supposed to be. You know, if I can explain them in layman terms or let people understand, just get the idea. The reason make I say forget the idea because football, now you go decide whether the pool. But circumstance get for happen under the constitution for let that person lose the seat after una don't present a name. After una don't present a name, una don't put them forward. Okay? Not so for just they for say they part of the team. When you are part of the team does not mean you're going to play. Then for actually don't fill you into the game don't start.
So basically, before you go further, you can be part of the first 22.
Yes, and the name me line up.
11 players we're supposed for play.
Yes.
If they not put you on the pitch for play, you know they play.
You know they play. If they not put you
for
play,
squad.
You're still in the squad. If they not put you for play first team, you know they play.
Okay. So if they put you for play second team and then somebody injured first team before the game starts, then they put you up.
They can bring you come up, yes.
Continue. Okay.
You know like when you warm up no more, then somebody get injury.
Yep.
Like Mohamed Bangura don't get injury, so
yeah,
during the session.
Okay.
So exactly that's that kind of analogy, you know. So that's what it is. So the political party, if you look this election different, the one that we go vote, you for no for say you not vote for T-Boy as a candidate. You voted for the party symbol, the APC symbol, where you vote for member of parliament and councillor. The only people that waiting at the ballot now that there, the president in face, then the mayor,
yeah.
I think, right? Yeah. All the other one them, now, you know, the symbol now you vote for. So if you vote for symbol, person not get for take upon himself say because media part of Sierra Leone media then squad. If Sierra Leone media decide say they not they play this game here, so then they protest because of racist comments na pitch. Or they don't stone we play at them, supporter they don't stone so they walk out of the field. T-Boy not get for grab on his own say because he didn't have the Sierra Leone media team, in they go play by force. It makes sense, T-Boy?
No, definitely not.
No, it makes sense to you the way I explain them.
Yeah. I understand the logic there. Yeah, sure.
Right. So the logic that because you the part of the Sierra Leone media team, 2021 man squad. But we decide for say because we can and do racist chants now Wembley, or then decide for begin stone we play at them, we not feel safe, we they walk out to commodity because we na away match you can play, we not they play. See boy, you not go grab just because you sabi play ball, elect for play ball, and fans then don't pay their money for can watch you. And this is an important match, na cup final, the UN decide to go play on behalf of Sierra Leone media team. And not it happen. So that's exactly what's happening now in Sierra Leone. The APC decide, say, the outcome of the results, not to waiting, meet the requirements and the constitution. They decided to say, we're not going to participate in a parliament because we believe, say, this result's not correct. And we want the disaggregated figures. We want A, B, C, and D. Until then, we know they go participate in the parliament. But Mohamed Bangura, because he's part of APC, and he named it at the list as one of the maybe 5 people in constituency or in district, I should say, because it's a district block system, Insai, in the go to parliament. Because he owes it to the people of Sierra Leone for representing them. Remember, Mohamed Bangura been there at the last parliament. He win as Mohamed Bangura under the APC symbol for representing people then under the constituency-based system. So that's why he was in parliament. He was representing a constituency. But I think in your mind, they not understand, or maybe they forget, say, now the party feel you name in as part of a group, or as part of a group of people for represent a district. If they call you for going to parliament, the party decides, say, we are not going. He decided to go there. Now, in one grade, na the minority leader, na in this committee, na in that committee, na in the other committee. So if you ask me, if I explain who that get right, now who that the party fill in as the first 11, if now under football, analogy, now then get right for going to parliament. So Mohamed Bangura is there on his own volition.
So why will the Speaker of Parliament accept his representation based on the fact that he knows better than any one of us that Mohamed Bangura should not be representing himself in Parliament?
The Speaker of Parliament is a lawyer, a renowned constitutional lawyer. Africa. He don't serve as ECOWAS Secretary General. Okay. Now, senior politician at Salon. So he knows the ins and outs of politics. So if you ask me that, I will ask you why all the other bad laws them where he preside over or votes where he make sure say them bulldoze, how he bulldoze them one day. It's the same way they accept Mohamed Bangura for Dede, because for them it's a political gain. It's not what the country, what is in the constitution or within the PR system, then do now within please them. Yes, Femi.
I'm glad you Tibo ask you them question.
Yeah.
If Tibo be ambiguous me, I forgot on the television. On the screen. But quickly, Juma.
Yeah.
Why, if you say the Speaker of the House ought to know better, why are our laws being broken by the people them we supposed for the make and uphold the laws of the country?
So, is the Speaker part of the system and the plot, or is he not?
No. But Juma, hold on. We get law them for reason, not so.
Correct.
Yes. Other they make law.
A parliament.
Other they uphold the law.
Supposed to be the judiciary.
And you say the Speaker of the House now trained
constitutional lawyer, yes.
Constitutional lawyer. So he is part of the lawmaking in Sierra Leone. And he's part,
because he didn't. Yeah.
And he's part of those with the
supposed for
look after the law. How can somebody who is supposed to be prim and proper, if I can put it that way, breaking the law in front of everybody and nobody, especially the other people them in the judiciary, aren't saying anything? Because at the moment, all we hear, I might be wrong, but all we hear na APC voices, or should I say opposition voices.
But there's one opposition.
Well, from the opposing party, now the voice no more where they talk against what's in the happen. Nobody else. I not go see police because also police case. But we're not hearing from any legal entity for condemn within the happen. And as you don't put time, say in long and short of it is, it's an illegal system that is being run.
It is.
It's an illegal administration that is being run in Sierra Leone at the
well,
moment.
if you want to, yeah, because if we okay, let me say this again, where people need to understand. Sierra Leone, what do we have? Is a multi-party democracy. That's what's written in our constitution, okay? And that is system that we practice, multi-party democracy, right? So when you tilt a system for let you and Green run the country, both the parliament, the executive, and the judiciary, you're running a one-party state. You don't have to call it that. You don't have to name it on paper. It's your activities. You can call it multi-party, but if you not look like a multi-party, it's not a multi-party democracy. Now you're struggling. You didn't have parliament thinking, say, you don't call one. Because it's in the speaker say, he give kudos to the one way come. He say, no worry, the other one who can't join you. It don't be two. He say, now two don't come now, more get for come as time they go on. So in still believe, say, the approach, it work. He still believe that. You know, they look at what's supposed to be done according to the laws of the land. Because if you did it, now you're supposed to guide the process, but you're the one strategizing how the process for just work in your favor, regardless of how that they go dent Sierra Leone, how that they go affect we living together as a people. Because you ask about the law, the person is supposed for know better, they do what they do. Now I make I ask you, from you sitting there first in first 5 years, you know for say how they elect you for coming inside it was wrong. Now one party system, then beat all the other one them, then beat una come out nado, then we come install you as a speaker. So you come in a rogue way first, where you first aware. You don't did it now, you don't see that you presided over rogue processes throughout, from even the vote for census, because we know the argument them and things that will happen at that parliament. He, the speaker, presided over that. So he still did it at the same ways them high bid operate, not the same way they operate. So if you ask me, that will be my answer. Not because he doesn't know, but he's part of the system. Now the third most important person in the country, after President Bio, now the vice president. If God forbid anything happen to them too, automatically he becomes president of the country.
So Juma, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So quickly, I don't know if my audio don't go quiet.
Yeah, you know loud again, you better.
Okay, so quickly, the in this side of the world, if you break the law on this side of the world and you're not a legal practitioner, if you're a lawyer, a judge, and you break the law, you're not allowed to practice law anymore.
Yeah.
Why would they see then same kind of people also they break the law na salon and there is no repercussions?
Because they are the law. They are the law, they are the system. That's within practically then don't turn the country to.
But nobody's above the law.
Supposed for be on paper, but they are the law. So nobody is above their law, but they are the law. Example, like pull them outside the politics, small law, go back to small, still we'll just talk about this now. The Samuel Wise Bangura case. We saw him on camera, right? People are calling for his resignation and say incredibility and all of that. Did we not see a video of the Speaker of Parliament openly in public, paraded naked? What happened to him? Because he's the law.
Yeah, but hold on a minute, Juma. We saw him naked, but was he doing an immoral act, or
Yes, it
an
was
illegal act?
illegal and immoral.
Why was
Both.
it illegal?
Huh?
Why was it
Because
illegal?
you're legally married and your wife is not the one that filmed you.
Okay.
You were filmed by.
So technically, it's not an illegal act.
It is illegal.
It's an immoral act. Yeah.
It's not just immoral, it's illegal. Because Femi Tiboy, help me. It's illegal because you married.
Okay, Tiboy, help with the big.
Nothing for make you go jail down, you know, so.
Okay. We have to look at the evidences of the immorality for making them illegal. One, there is not an element of truth for say the person with him and a girlfriend. We don't know. If one for taken by the law, this is not by the law, Juma. I don't want to defend you, but by the law.
What kind of proof they on him now for can't prove say no to in girlfriend female?
Thank you, but nobody accused him of bigamy or cheating.
No, he say talk and a parliament, then talk and say na crime for female. For parading paper in video around
information of character.
So you're yes, right. It's a crime to film somebody without their knowledge.
Huh?
It's a crime to film somebody without their knowledge.
Yeah, but he was aware of that.
Because he was aware and he
was aware of the film.
Yeah, but for Senam go out is a crime.
No, Femi, if in West.
What do you mean they say? Yeah. I don't believe that for a man to be in a polygamous relationship is
for a man of his caliber. I can make mention to someone wife.
Forget the country we will come out with some man able to forget 2 or 3 or more wives.
No, but Femi, if he's married and then he does not actually involve in a polygamous marriage, then it is a crime.
Yeah.
Why you not say no married the girl?
Well, we don't know.
It's on him.
He will not prosecute him. If he will go and make a complaint, say a man cheats on him, so he want to take him to court for what?
It's a civil matter.
Okay, so it's not a crime. That the point that it's
a civil matter. The woman can win based on that one day.
The civil matter, it can lead up to a crime where the woman go claim say
everything.
She has been abused of her rights of XYZ.
And a criminal matter are 2 different things.
No, but it's a legal matter. We're talking about illegalities here. I'm not talking about criminal. We say whether it's illegal. It is illegal.
Well, Femi,
because you take oath, right? You swear oath.
Juma, no ask Femi now. No ask Femi.
Yes, T-boy.
No. We're not going to ask Femi. But Femi, I overrule. We're not going to ask Femi. Femi,
yes,
he took
Juma.
Oath, right? Now under oath, no so.
He take oath say he dey marry this woman.
In sickness
okay, is he a Christian or a Muslim?
I mean, it's supposed to be, I think, a Muslim.
Okay, so he's entitled to more than one wife.
No, but he did not marry more than one wife.
There's a difference.
No, he's not entitled to if you haven't done it.
If not be in second wave or in third wave or in fourth wave, I'm not for being saying that crime. Illegal.
So now the point that I have to make is we don't know who that filmed the film.
Now that's not the question we mean they put some across.
So it can't be. We don't know who the woman was until.
So if I be somebody when I be in person, he would have come out and say, "Na me wife or na so supposed to get this agreement." But he come out and say, "Na criminal for let them go and parade the way he call her."
I mean, not to his sister, not to his cousin.
My sisters have make it worse because
no, sometimes you will say something like infamous, so to crime. If not none of the above. No, but to be very honest, the serious matter of the caliber of person that we are talking about.
Sorry, I can bring all that difference into the conversation.
It's not supposed to be something where for even they make comparison to this particular thing. But anyway, In the UK, if there is even an element of suspicion of you having an affair out of your marriage, it is a sackable or resignation difference.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the reason for that is not just the ethics.
Yeah. So it's both ethical and illegal.
Yeah. No, it's not illegal.
I will give
It's illegal relationship.
I will give a case where we actually don't talk about on this evening team. So the BBC case we happened just a few weeks ago. Now the same thing also. The Sun newspaper come out and made a statement. Say one of the BBC senior broadcaster them don't do something illegal, and then they open a whole can of worms. Yeah, until they get for name the guy because they may not be giving finger points, but different people them, and they were innocent of this crime. But what the final thing common at though, it happens say not to a criminal matter. Yeah, he was unfaithful to his wife. That not make him a criminal matter. Now, I'm
not saying criminal, but it does not have to be criminal for it to be illegal.
Hold on, the police say the man not get nothing for answer to, yeah, because not to a criminal matter. Yeah.
Correct.
But
it can be an illegal matter.
The people then judge the man because of immorality. So I just say counter within when I say just now about in the UK, if you just one hint of immoral act will say then will sack you. Not necessarily because he's still under the BBC payroll. Yeah, they suspended him pending further investigation. Now possibly he's off ill because he gets issues them. The thing don't trigger a few psychological problems the way he gets. So God knows if he's under suspension or if he's under sick pay, but he's not at the BBC currently. He's not broadcasting at the BBC currently. The point I describe for Mick is I'm not condoning immorality. Do not get me wrong. But what I'm saying is in a country like a Salon, also we born, also we come out where we know very, very well. I think say this defense where Juma puts up is not the right defense for.
No, but my point is, I'm not saying it's a criminal matter, but what I'm saying, if they find I'm at the court of law, it becomes an illegal matter for that affair day. It's illegal because if that person can use that as an evidence, in WEF can use that as an evidence for divorce, where can go against them. That's one. And based on that, the woman can claim in property for it. I just try to tell you say fairness day. So because of it's a legal issue, where you go, if they find you wanting, that means say your activity or whatever you did was illegal. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's criminal.
Okay.
So that's why I said it's both. If based on the evidence we see in that video, they now they base some more.
So, so they say because the Speaker of the House
God no agree for Speaker
of the House got caught with his pants down, literally, physically, because of Dandy, and that's not happening.
Is the law?
Are you saying now you make all of that thing and you go and that's then they're gonna buff case for the all?
That's part of so many other things. Firstly, for me, appointment.
So this guy for be buff case?
Who's one?
Mohamed Bangura.
Again, now you asked me specifically, but why the Speaker? Mohamed Bangura can do it as long as he wants. It's the APC's decision to decide whether they want to be part of this parliament or not.
Well,
so at this time, the APC then position say we're not going to be part of this parliament until A, B, C, and D.
But Mohamed Bangura is representing the APC now.
He's according to the APC, he's not representing them, so he's
so
there on his own.
What is the APC doing about that? If somebody come, say then they go represent say Agem Media, we're not part of a team. But what you go do?
Well, I don't make them publicly say that person is not part of our team.
And that's what exactly they did.
That has happened in the past because, again, if somebody they represents you, is not representing us.
Yeah. So and we can suspend the person for anything. If the person still aware SGM polo to go and pass, in your mind, we'll say now SGM they represent. We don't pull out a public notice. If you go do business with them, you're on your own. We are not liable.
Okay, man, APC might not be liable, but he's in Parliament signing documents.
Correct.
As the opposition. And we know.
Yeah. Okay, again, Femi, you see, that APC. To me takes me to the illegalities of the Parliament itself. Let me tell you why. Looking at this old Mame Bangura saga, to me, as far as me concerned, if I was SLPP, I would not tolerate Mame Bangura to prove a point. Reason being, the political party has not officially acknowledged him as somebody who is representing them in Parliament. Yes, you can swear him in, you can do whatever you want to do, you can pay him his salary just because you want to have somebody to represent the opposition, then you can do that. But legitimately, APC has refused to accept Mame Bangura as part of their representation in Parliament. APC has pulled out a statement that says APC members of Parliament are not participating in the...
why is he being sworn in? Now the question that they ask.
That is the corrupt practice of the Parliament.
By the highest judges in the land.
Answer you that. Yeah.
Femi, that is based on the corrupt practice of the Parliament that is not legit. Illegitimacy has not been proven. Otherwise, if we get a speaker where now one of the constitutional renowned lawyers, them in Sierra Leone, enough for the twist the constitution as it is right now.
Because this all the
PR system states.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Of the PR system states say.
So not to APC law, not to so. Na salon
no,
law.
Now the constitution law, now the salon law.
Yeah.
So the
PR system, not to APC or the whole of Sierra Leone. So technically, every single party signed up for this. So why are they now breaking their agreements in the for suits themselves? And then we understand why then they do them, but why isn't nothing being done about it? Yeah, if I go
because the people that are supposed to do it, they are the law. They're not to answer you. Say now then are the law. Then believe say then are the law. The law is not a system in Sierra Leone. The law are the people, as far as them concerned. So with the do what you want for do, you deal with it.
How can we get legal people there for calm for law we can discuss?
That's not the side way I want for go.
I am
what
confused.
What are they going to that side if me what they say so? You're totally correct. We have legal institutions in our salon we're able to challenge this particular thing. Again, I have spoken to more than a handful of legal practitioners in Sierra Leone. We are asked directly, if I go to Sierra Leone and got arrested, will you defend me? And categorically, they've made it very clear to me, say, no, we can't. And I'm asking them, why? Because they say the system within our salon for the law practice in particular, they will not be able to defend me because they will lose their other jobs. They will not be able to practice and they will be sidelined. And I'm looking at them and ask the question, okay, why would you want to practice in an environment that is so hostile to you and you're still calling yourself a renowned lawyer in Sierra Leone? I will not practice. Just for the basis of ethics alone, I will refuse to practice because I know for sure the system, institutional system of the judiciary is corrupt. And I will not want to be a part of that in any way, shape, or form. If I have to find another trade in Sierra Leone and not being a lawyer, I will. Because I have spoken to more than a handful of lawyers on both sides of the political divide in Sierra Leone and possibly the neutralists. And they will say to you the same thing. So the judiciary is the biggest problem that we have in Sierra Leone. I agree.
And up to this point, I still they get, do I go, I want for still go, do I want for go still do? But what I remember, when T-Boy can talk, I was like, hey, this if I go be lawyer, T-Boy now will say that, and then charge a bill lawyer there. So
the personal lawyers they were sabi to me, I don't tell them say they are all crooked lawyers in Sierra Leone. I don't care what.
I might still go do it just for get in-depth knowledge, maybe not to practice, but
as far as I'm concerned, there is no straightforward lawyer in Sierra Leone. They are all crooked. Anyone will not crooked, make you can
forget the lawyers. What about the judges, guys?
Well, if the lawyer is crooked and the judge,
the judge not title no more, now lawyer then.
In the platform.
Yes. Femi, so for add to waiting T-boy they say, and you ask why. I bring come the America example to you with the Trump situation. Trump tried for do what? For force let them go announce election in favor, not to so. And even force for let them go, huh?
Correct.
Right. So it tried for do a lot of things then, but because he is not the law, there is actually, you get the legal system, you're not able to get away with him. So Sierra Leone is the reverse. The law they tell you this. When T-boy come and say, Femi, forget about the law, now this me tell you now what let happen. And then you end up do, or you supposed for do, not waiting right in a paper. So if you ask why, that's exactly why. And believe say anybody where gets the power, get the money, now in the law.
Okay, so are we saying, if the current administration want to break the law, they will do so, and
the current administration, not if they want, they've been broken the law.
Nobody will do nothing but that. But guess what? Same go come where they no go day in power anymore. So
now
at that point, why doesn't the law go and catch them people and address them properly?
Well, you never know. This is a new trend of Sierra Leone, so we don't know what the future will bring.
Both of you just said that the lawyers and the judges are the worst thing in Sierra Leone. So and administration come, administration go, those people don't change.
True, but the trend at which things have been happening within these 5 years to date, Femi, it has never happened in our history.
Femi, I think one of the major aspects of voting affiliates Salon for do in terms of reform, now the judiciary first it starts. If we don't start to reform the judiciary and make it a credible institution, so we will never go forward. It doesn't matter how much money.
Yeah, but T-boy, those are the words the world on the talk from time immemorial.
Yeah.
How do we do that? We've been saying we need a disciplined judiciary. We need this, we need that. But year after year, decade, centuries, and
by the way, the Chief Justice don't get award in South Africa.
Exactly. At that point, I've been just one bring. The man will swear in with illegal precedent.
You can pay for any award and you get it.
I think it is possible for us to disband the judiciary, because I remember whether it was direct or indirect, Gambia was struggling with their justice system when we had Dr. Abdoulaye Conte, who reformed their judiciary. Again, we have Bata Macaulay Sr., who also tried and reformed the judiciary of the Dominican decades ago. So these things can be reformed. So what we possibly can have is maybe a judiciary system that will be introduced in Sierra Leone by maybe our colonial masters, that will go and restructure it and remove all magistrates or judges that are representing in Sierra Leone and bring in new magistrates and judges, maybe from the diaspora or from somewhere, that will be imposed into the judiciary system of Sierra Leone that doesn't know color, no political parties, no tribe, and no region. Just look at what is in front of them on their desk, and they make swiftful decisions of who is supposed to be given justice or not. I think that is possibly one of the ways that the judiciary can be reformed. I will not specifically say it is not going to be possible, there will come a time when these judiciary people will be chased in Sierra Leone and they will be denounced and nobody will have no value and credit for them. But also, we should look at the constitution that elects them in the first place, why and how they are going to be selected to represent as heads of the judiciary or whatever it might be. But I think, say, we got to begin look at them very closely, because if we not fix the judiciary alone, it doesn't matter how much billions of dollars.
So maybe therefore do the like how they do in America. So begin vote for who they get for be judges.
I think
because
so.
In America, that's what happens. They have to vote. Then
because
they vote.
If you not legitimately take a seat of office, now credit you credit them or you merit them. I mean, it's not going to.
Now 2 years then they vote for you for. So if you know that they come out, the law see now by whether you are answerable to the way they go.
Exactly.
Well, maybe that's the answer, because me not buy the idea with what they talk about bringing in
but maybe initially to build the system, because we did that
for reform.
For reform.
I am saying, but before we get to that stage, it's me and you asking these questions. I never opened the newspaper in Sierra Leone and I see them condemn any judge.
Because they condemn the judge, then they go lock the posse up.
I said, but guess what? We have to. If we don't say something, man, they're gonna go to jail because then thief bread where they not get it for it.
Well, let me tell you what they do to the journalists.
Millions. The only way they thief millions, they walk the streets of Freetown and they're treated as demigods. And we, the people of Sierra Leone, see them quiet and they say nothing.
The court reporters for the various media houses there. Then they tell them the case they wait for the report on, and then they write for them, tell them, say, now this one for the report. The day when you go report something different, they only for contempt of court. Not so, I think 98.1 and the IG then our police or what you call and court right now. Then sue one of the journalists, then 98.1 because he reports something about the Inspector General of Police. Who gives you that power? You crazy? They do government work. For the people, then enough for scrutinize you.
Honestly, these are
for land case, actually, for land case. I didn't care go the journalist now.
These are all the reasons why Salon de Saudi. These little things that we not see the implication within the gates in the society not developing.
So if you ask about Mohamed Bangura issue, that's what it is. The party still hold their position, say we are not participating. The other issues that I think we don't talk about them, but we'll talk about it next time. But if you ask them, now they don't get to the other one, Alfred Thompson. Apparently, say the paper with them been signed. So Lord, Mohamed Bangura not been signed, okay, as part of the one they've been signed, because I've been voluntarily then signed. So this other one, I wouldn't go, he said they've been coerced for sign. They say not been signed on the own position. They've been put gun in age. Like how Victor Fo say they've been put gun in age for like answer for be vice president. If not that, then they kill her. So this one says now so. They've not been put gun in age for put them as for like a symbol for the party. But then put gun in age for like sign say they go to parliament. Why you not been go the first out Mohamed Bangura? Why you waited?
So are we going to see more coming out to go and represent themselves, or is this going to be the end of it? Because I hear so much rumors say there are more of them that will show up in parliament. Me not got no doubts in that anyway. It's just the fact that it's the principles of the ethics of voting the party believing is going to be broken. And what is the party stance going to be on those particular members of parliament, even though they stand on their grounds?
Again, we have to look at this thing on twofold, right? In as much as, get legal component, they get more political, decisions than anything else. And we know about politics in Sierra Leone. People always mortgage their lives, their integrity, and family and anything else just because they want to forget money or they want to forget status. So I will not be surprised if you get more people who will out some other excuses for the reason, just like how this one, Mohamed Bangura is saying they represent the people there. Okay? But the people that didn't vote for you, they not vote for you as Mohamed Bangura. They voted for the APC. And the people then say anything where APC say, now we say, now make them vote for APC. But you still grab and say they go do your own, regardless of what the majority say. This other gentleman Insai and coerce and for sign. So in they go. So people might come up with other flimsy excuses why they would want to go or with him. You know? But to what benefit? So let's say on attended themselves. Then when are ready for votes on important issues the way you, for example, Mohamed Bangura disagree on. When I think we're detrimental to the people that we they represent.
But that will never happen because again, what make I say so now? Any member of parliament now we go join or say if go to parliament for me to swear in and not get the blessing of the APC as a political party, you are automatically going to be an additional of the SLPP party in power.
Exactly.
So that's automatic. You're not going to be a member of APC. You are an automatic SLPP representative because that means you get it for the line of anything SLPP say.
Exactly. And you know, we saw it with Emerson Lamina, right?
Yeah.
C4C. C4C was they may get seats, they may get 8 seats in parliament.
Yeah.
He felt with incompetency, but at least he did well. He commoded and go SLPP. Now the only thing that they do. Right? So then they don't wipe and clean say I'm not a member of the C4C anymore. So you can't take away now in choice. He decided to say, I don't want to be part of this. They all help them kill C4C. Then in continue now is the minority or what you call a deputy leader of government business or whatever too under the SLPP. So the same thing with Mohamed Bangura. If una 10 go there, let's say they want to kill all una people in the district where you say they go represent. Then they pass law in parliament. So you they go to parliament for the people that go represent for let them go kill them. Would you oppose? Would you vote against? How would you
vote against? What do you vote for do?
Exactly. How would you convince SLPP members for vote in your favor? It would never happen.
Okay, so that means there is no kind of legitimacy in the representation of any of the members of parliament also under the APC political party umbrella for go represent themselves in the parliament. So none of them are qualified until APC says so, right?
If they go by waiting the constitution, say because the constitution say under the PR system, you vote for a political party. The political party now then for officially send you a representative. Nobody not common at it. No, take for example, no disrespect. If Black Akam just now, they say a member of APC. Then say they go represent APC.
Not true. Yeah, because APC not send any representative. So basically, yes, anybody can go right now in APC.
Yeah, anybody can grab and go because Siraji go with them. He say and Siraji now one of the MPs they have been beat with them pull at the last parliament. So now then I go to the second one. He say now then they go, now then they represent. Can you imagine?
Okay, so now the statements of Alpha Kanwe say if APC fail for feed in the first 4 representatives, for example, I put local, they will go and talk to the other 4, we possibly at the list as standby. If the other 4 within at least as standby, if you say they take out of office, then they can select from within the party who that can represent them. How true can that be?
So who that they select? Where you say we they select?
No, the question me ask.
But he's not member of APC.
That's the question I'm asking.
you don't resign from the APC, so you're not a member of the APC. So how you go select for an institution that you're not part of?
Well, he said then go look at the other set of members of parliament. If the first set now take
so who that they look at? You who that?
Can I have the question me to ask? So who is
you as APC or you as government?
When I they ask if now governments maybe they take that mandate, or is it constitutionally correct for say if the first set of representation where APC send refuse for take office, then can look on to the second set of representation?
The party can look into the party, and the party gets a structure where you communication structure, you get an administration where they run the party, where the secretary general and the head up. Okay? So not so you not communicate, you go communicate with them, say now so based on this. You need to go select for APC. If not that be the case, you forbid just to go select for NGC as well. But you kill NGC, you know, go take now kind of like say can go put hand out, select way hand out. C4C not there again, NGC not there again. Why you not go select from the other party? Then say, okay, well, APC, because you not agree, go select from the other party them. Until you not be multi-party, law bring the other also. So now they say self-you load and choke them. But the likes of Al-Hakan, they play with words. You know, they play with words to convince, to confuse people. So because now this big man, you they think say anything where you say correct. That's what they're doing. They play with words.
So basically, let's try and round up, and because we don't dwell on almost everything on the topic of discussion for this net, and I believe say what you will now need to do now for round up, and like we final statements into what we don't discuss so far, especially with the program we don't put together tonight. We final statements into what we talk about all the issues them in terms of the alleged coup d'etat in Sierra Leone, the anniversary of Black in the Park alongside August 8, 9, and 10. We also include the Makeni Lives Matter and also the media house controversy that happened within the past couple of days on 98.1 and AYV, and then last of which now who is qualified to represent APC in this parliament. So I will come to Femi, and Femi, what's going to be your summary for today's program, and what's you go on for say, just touching on a few of the things we don't talk about in your own opinion.
Well, we don't talk about Coup today. We started off.
Now, do you mind 2-hour program where you say what you do? Now, you don't end up on 6 hours.
You can see that you moderate.
But you know, we don't talk, we don't laugh a little bit, but we talk on a lot of serious issues. Today, or should I say yesterday now, August 10, mark 1 year since you know, I'm not gonna say the darkest day now we country, but possibly one of them. You know, it was sad seeing the streets of not just the capital, but Boko of the bigger cities them na the country empty for 2 days. Nothing no be, non-trade no be, nothing. Then say dog safe, you know, they see na treat. Then we get with politicians then come out, make statements. Say people then for commoner though and go about their daily business, witness done a host for blah blah blah. When the people came out on the third day, when I been August 10, this same day so a year ago, we see what happened. Then beat some, then kill some, and then days after that, they run at some. Run after them, go inside the host them. Some of people that will not be even they part of the protest them, drag them out, discipline them, beat them. Some don't vanish. Today nobody don't know their whereabouts. very sad moments na the country in history. That a few years ago, Makeni Lives Matter in Black in the Park, an organization in the UK, they protest at the same thing that we be last year. So last year, not so they begin this injustice, this brutality towards the people of Sierra Leone begin for the last few years. Then see what's name we go take na generator.
Yes. Generator.
Goes back, say then go kill almost people. Them. If you want take generator, really you get for kill people them. We soldier man then they get for shoot to kill. They get for shoot with live bullets. We yeti up in Pademba Wood. Today nobody able to account for almost people that we die at that incident today. Then we see all kind of other things them. We see even one woman we wear green. With them beat her inside, not to be in State House.
Yeah, Iron State House.
They filmed it. Then when I then film them. Then film where then they beat the poor girl. Then seen a spy.
Now State House, you are not around State House. Now inside State House compound.
Inside the State House.
Yeah,
Then
outside,
can go inside the State House.
Okay.
Outside the Miniwaka T-boy. Then they can go inside. They filmed them breaking the law. You know, it is sad to hear all lentias with the happen. You know, we young man, journalists got caught in, you know, I won't say foolishness, but sometimes, you know, as I say, it happened to many of us. Got caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Terrible. Radio station with the but all people then they left, left, and center because they don't agree on how things are happening in Sierra Leone. I really wonder the country will come out, how we don't descend so low. You know, but and the worst thing is nobody not getting that thing for ask. People then they celebrate. We get a new restaurant we don't open. We take you thousands of dollars. You know, Juma Sefuna Juma. Tell me please if I want go there, but
well, remember the losses.
I did tell you.
It's on a losses.
So really and truly, I mean, let's really look at the country where we come out. And all the incidents here so we talk about. Our judiciary helping to break the law. Now then the help for break the law. Swearing people and where they know say legally they shouldn't be doing. I don't know if for sale, but we it seems as if there is it seems as if Salon to the Salon will be Sabi. And it seems as if there's almost nothing that we can do about it. You know, I mean, drilling I just know. Let's have to find out waiting at APC they take on this. You can't sit quietly. I mean, I done the more I think they upset me past anything because I don't see any change. I don't see anything. I feel as if the people they don't accept say na this don't be it don't be. Then break the law in front of Uyai and nobody not able to say or do anything but that. They don't care. They're going about business as you know, business as usual. They're not even they look say they don't commit a crime or they don't break the law in any which way, shape or form. Then they still go collect the awards. We senior justice they go accept an award few days after he sat in front of the world because I know say Sierra Leone and swearing people them illegally. But already the one international community, why they talk about, I know talk about the Whitman no more. And they talk about we Sierra Leoneans as well, both in country and out of the country. They say, hold on a minute, something not quite right now, so una slow down. But nobody cares. Nobody wants to know. Nobody. He doesn't care. He's moved on. As far as I'm concerned, now yesterday news. Where is our country going? Where are we as a people going? What are we doing about it? Are we going to sit down and not say anything? Because with the afraid for loss, we job them, as the boys say. If you're not a journalist, you go talk, then we'll sack you. Are we so scared to lose our jobs then for make we say and do the right thing? I don't really know. It feels like it's a sad state of affairs in Sierra Leone. We hope and we pray see things go change and go change soon. If we get for live with this administration for another 4 or 5 years, then let's do so. You know, if APC are willing to sit by and let it happen, then who are we to complain? But if APC really and truly no one dandy for B, I think say just sitting down, waiting and waiting isn't going to resolve it. We need for take affirmative action. We need for lobby to be outside helpers them. The international community. We need to put pressure on our judiciary for make them left or break the law, make them look, make who get investigations going on how things they happen in the last few weeks, and let us take action on them. And if it means that we get for call another election, let's do so. But let's not just sit down and wait for tomorrow for come. Wait we sit down to wait for. And for me now the most upsetting thing is since the election we've just been here in limbo. I'm sure that there are things happening behind the scenes that we don't know about, but I think say then for the address the country, you know, all the Mohammed Bangas of this world, and he said then they go represent we, you know, we don't think that that's the case, you know. They're not representing constituencies because, as Juma say, if they go pass bad laws against them, there's nobody to fight your case. 1 or 2 people in parliament isn't going to make a difference when they get for pass the law. So they're not representing the constituencies, they're not representing any of Sierra Leoneans. You know, we can't have a democracy without an opposition. Because then players will just pass any law which fits them and not to just APC go suffer. Even SLPP then go suffer. Now one people are no more get for it and are doing it in power. It's about time where we understand the thing and try to make change. Let we ask, let we demand. Then people are so supposed for the work for we. Then supposed for the work for we now the taxpayers' money, the money where they come on are the grown. Now in they feed them people are so now in they pay them salary. Yeah. The donor funds that way they go salon for Sierra Leoneans, not so for politicians, so for Sierra Leoneans are being used by them same politicians also for benefit themselves and their family them. But we all sit down, we fall and we fall foot. Nobody wants to say anything because you don't want to put your head above the pulpit. But guess what? If you don't, we're going to be having this same conversation in 50 years' time. And before I go, I just want to ask Una say, thank Una first for joining me and ask Una for like and share with programs them. As Juma said at the very beginning, we're self-funded. We know they ask Una for penny, or we they ask Una for help with Graham by sharing so that we get the numbers in and we will grow the platform and we will provide for Una then same program as we some of Una they enjoy. The one that we don't enjoy them, we hope say Una go listen to it we see. We don't mean Una any bad. We just want the best for our country.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. And over to you, Juma.
All right, I'll just join Femi and T-Boy for say thank you, Tona, for joining us on this marathon program. Initially, like T-Boy say, we were planning to do 2 hours, but it's 5 hours plus, but it's worth it. Imagine we haven't been with you guys for a few weeks now, and we're able to cover 4 main issues or topics we all don't laugh about, we don't talk serious, we don't vex. Now I don't left with more questions and more doubts. But we'll still be here again with you guys to talk about more issues. Just join me, share and follow and subscribe. And believe say you have a voice and you for add your voice on any issue where you care about concerning Sierra Leone, whether good or bad, whether pro or against. You are a Sierra Leonean, it's your right. People around for make you believe say you don't have that right, but you do. And they talk the way they talk now, they make a difference, both in Sierra Leone and out of Sierra Leone, both within the Sierra Leonean community and out of the Sierra Leonean community. So just want to continue for encouraging you all to embrace the Sierra Media platform and let's grow it and continue for make history. Thank you so much and good night from me until we soon again soon. Over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much, Femi and Juma, for that short and brief. Thank you. And I go on for joining now for say thank you to viewers them and the one they watch this program and the one they will get for subscribe and we get for like the page and continue for do so and share them to your family members and friends and all over the world. Again, we're here not just to talk at things, but to talk with you guys about things that are happening within our community. And that's now what we want for always like for do, and we do them to the best of our ability. So look, we not shy away from the realities there, so because these are realities that we are always going to be faced with, whether we like it or not, whether we are involved into politics or not, whether we support APC or SAPP, whether we are mandating Creole, Konolimba or so, we will be faced with the same problems that we are always going to be faced with, regardless of all the differences that they will not highlight so earlier on. So let's continue for be as good citizens of Sierra Leone, and we get the interest of Salon. We could continue for good interest. The one they win off it is say Sierra Leone is home. They will come to realization, say home is always going to be home, and you cannot stay away from home, and no place like home. So basically, we know this guy for say Salon are the best place on earth, but that's one of the best places that you can have your comfort. That's one of the best places that you can feel like you belong to a society that you possibly have grown into, or you have parents or ancestors who were born and bred in that particular country, and they have taught you a lot of stuff where don't make you think twice of who you are. They have created that identity that you may have lost over the years. They don't create that sense of humor we then put in you, we make you feel proud of who they be and go any outside you want for go. So when I continue for following and like the page, and when I continue for joining we tomorrow, Saturday, we are going to talk and discuss again about the next football match where they happen. We get for be France against France against Australia. No, yes, France against Australia, the host nation.
Game they play right now. Game they play right now. They can't do
yes, now. Game they on right now. Spain for the play. Netherlands. I think so that game they not done yet. It's still the
1-1.
We go to the end, and that now the quarterfinals. We go being the winner of that match go play the semifinals with either Japan or Sweden. And then now you get on Saturday, Australia, they play against France, England, they play against Colombia. So that's now the result we get for happen for the World Cup, Female World Cup in Australia and New Zealand. And I'm able to talk about the France and Australia game. That's going to be a very interesting match because it is against the host nation who possibly now one of the most favorite teams for win the tournament so far. their star player who was injured and was potentially suggested to maybe come back in and continue to play within the last 16 of the tournament, and eventually they don't begin for play, and we don't begin see the rate at which Wyden be the class and for be possibly one of the best female player in the world right now. But I'm yet to watch her play, so I look forward for watching game tomorrow, which is Saturday, against France, with possibly also another potential for win the tournament. So continue for like our page, continue for following, and continue for make your contribution. And like I will say, we try for bring out new programs that we're going to incorporate people that will come on all the way from South Africa and North Africa and some part of East Africa, so that we go able for complete in telling the African stories, as we are all Africans. So I go say thank you on behalf of the Sierra Leone media team for this marathon program Tido don't put together after a couple of weeks of not being on live TV. But we say thank you to all the one that we don't support. We give you enough compliments, even though we're not that much regular online. But it's as much as possible for put the house together and make sure we're going to the best of what thing we always like for do when I for tell you what thing that happen around the continent, especially from Sierra Leone. So on behalf of the Sierra Leone media team, I want to say thank you and have a pleasant weekend and stay peaceful and continue for share your love to one another until we see you again for the next game, which will be on Saturday. I will say good night and have a good night's sleep and have a marvelous weekend. Thank you and bye.